What's going on, ladies and germs? 10 o'clock, good morning, live from the Circus Sports of the Mid-Kentucky Downs studio. I am Robert Walsh. Nashville Soccer Club's CONCACAF Champion Cup run ended Tuesday night after a 1-0 loss to the Tigres. In the semifinals, Nashville ultimately fell 2-0 on aggregate to the Tigres and will play the winner of Toluca and the LAFC in the final. Nashville returns to MLS play as they host DC United Saturday night at Geodis Park.
You're doing great.
I'm working on it, honey. In NFL news yesterday, per Kevin Seifert, did I do that right, Buck?
Nailed it.
Of ESPN, negotiations between the NFL and the NFL Referees Association have progressed far enough that the union has scheduled a ramification vote on Thursday night. When formally approved by both sides, the agreement would avoid the necessity for using replacement officials this season. The existing CBA is set to expire on May 31st. Round 2 of the NBA playoffs Tuesday night. The Pistons take Game 1 over the Cavs, winning 111-101. And the reigning champion, Oklahoma City Thunder, dominated the Lakers 108-90 in Game 1 of their series. For all your foundation repair and your waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
You have a lot of phlegm working through that update this morning? My God.
Something like that.
Just a pre-update cigarette to start the morning. Professional broadcaster Robert Walsh. We're with you until 1 o'clock, 615-737-1045. Mike Wilson is on the show. I forgot to tell you that. Mike Wilson's on the show today.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. I love that. Anytime I don't have to work. That's excellent.
You at least act like we put any effort in on the front end of this thing, just one time. Can somebody keep this lie alive with me that we are actually hardworking and that our bosses are spending their money is well spent on this particular radio program and the level of effort and care and love that we put into it?
I don't believe that, and you don't either.
No, not even a little bit.
Just keep lying to ourselves.
Oh, goodness. 615-737-1045 is the number if you want to jump in. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. You can live stream the show there. We will talk a little Titans later in the show. We do have mandatory minicamp and OTA dates, a number of different things that we were informed of this morning. So we have their full offseason workout schedule moving forward when the vets and the rookies get on the practice field together in about a week from now. We'll get that up and rolling, actually a little more than a week from now when they get that going. But we had the Nashville SC result last night, and I stayed up and I watched the Tigres. Tigres. You got to roll the R's. Tigres.
Tigres.
What's the Pee-wee's Playhouse thing?
El hombre.
Yeah. I feel like somebody has to bust through a wall, Kool-Aid Man style, wearing a cape like it's a Tony the Tiger type of situation, but it's the Tigres.
El Tigres.
Anyway, they were too much for Nashville SC last night. I did stay up, and I would not pretend to have Lucas's level of soccer expertise. Easy for me to say. It's just an upset that Robert was able to make it through all the different terminology that he was very uncomfortable with ahead of that update.
Toluca.
Yes.
LAFC. I almost said LAFCA.
I mean, for all we know, it could be one of these champions, CONCACAF Champions Cup or something like that. I don't know. LAFCA could be. But yes, Nashville SC has their CONCACAF Champions Cup run end, and Tigres advances to the Champions Cup semifinal series. This is they advanced to the final. Last night was the semifinal. For Nashville SC, it continues to be a huge accomplishment to have the kind of season that they're having. No MLS club has ever won at Monterrey. Got to roll your R's with Monterrey, too?
Monterrey?
You can't just say Monterrey.
Dude, I should have been
Monterey
Roberto.
cheese.
Roberto. That's what I should have been.
Roberto. Oh, God. It's too much.
And Book. Roberto and it's like Dan Levitard's
Like
dad. Book.
Like
Roberto and Book on 104.5 does. We need Levitard's dad.
It almost sounded
he does it so
like,
good.
Yeah, that's why they use him.
It's the Book Rising show. That was like Dracula. I can't do it.
You were somewhere between, yes, Transylvanian and Eastern European. And
Hispanic Dracula.
Going for Cuban. Like Count Chocula made an appearance somewhere in there.
Von Buck show. Two Buck shows. God, I miss Lucas. I need him back bad.
Why? Just so we could mail it in for a soccer segment and he could tell us all the important things about last night's soccer game?
Oh, I felt like we kind of went through the motions with the Juke Harris signing where it was like, oh, okay, yeah, we know about Vol basketball.
No, I mean, I thought I did a good job. Get out of here.
We did okay.
I thought we were fine.
It was like when you have a group project.
I asked you if you wanted to do college football stuff this week without Lucas, and you said no.
It's just not my wheelhouse. I just would like to be.
What was the question that you asked me while we were putting together the show today?
When are you going to be here? It's 9:54. The show starts in 6 minutes. I don't remember what I asked.
Is it division championships?
No, I said, was it?
In college football?
Shut up. I had a brain
That
fart.
was something you asked me.
I couldn't remember what it was
If I said that into a microphone, the two of you would pounce on me like a lion on an antelope. Are you kidding me?
I was working on it.
Are they division championships? No, they are not. So don't project your insecurities on me, okay? We can do college football stuff this week without Lucas. We don't need him. No. I don't want that either.
I was going to try to pull you saying Tigres. So you could say Tigres. All right, let's just wrap it up. Can we get...
It's 10:08. What do you mean wrap it up? It's Wednesday.
Can we get Blaine and Zach in here and just have them do a 5-hour show today?
It's the first segment. What's wrong with you?
Wednesday is tough.
What do you mean Wednesday is tough? We have plenty of stuff to talk about. We have a full show today.
Is there a Bruno Mars concert tonight?
I don't know. Why? Do you want to go?
Yeah.
That'd be a good live act.
Dude, it is tonight.
Where? Bridgestone?
Yes.
That would be a good live act.
Let me see if I can get us some tickets. Hit up Two Rivers Ford, see if they want to let us use their suite. Lord knows they used ours.
The way that you immediately said, let me ask for some tickets, then looked at me and said, no, you do it.
Yeah, I need some of that juice you have, apparently.
Somebody said, no, it's at Nissan. Is it at Nissan? I don't want to go to Nissan.
Oh, it is at Nissan.
No. I don't
We
want to
can
go
sit on the floor for
Nissan.
$120.
Really? Are they having trouble selling tickets? A lot of seats available?
There's a number of them. It's definitely not install. It ain't the install where we had like no room to stand.
I know people DM me. Their biggest complaint was one that you were too drunk and loud.
No one said that.
I have DMs to prove.
No.
People were complaining about the jocular nature of the VIP
loud. I was not loud.
section. You brought beer pong and we're playing with liquor.
God forbid.
What else is going to happen up there? It's going to get loud. I try to catch a vibe. Walks up to me in the middle of the show. I think I'm a hat guy. I don't care. I'm a little busy. I got things going on. How many cigarettes did you smoke this morning? You sound terrible.
One cigarette.
Oh, my God. So, we will, I don't want to go to a concerts at Nissan. I'm not saying that I don't enjoy concerts at Nissan or Bridgestone. Like, they don't have to be small venue like Basement East or Ryman type of thing. But those concerts tend to be so much better. I mean, I don't know. Are you somebody, how many concerts would you say you go to a year? Because I feel like you and Lucas go to at least 2 Billy Strings shows at some point in a calendar year.
Yeah, maybe 5 or 6. Like I wouldn't say that I go to like an absorbent amount of concerts.
Like I'm not going to a concert every month. I may not go to 6 in a year.
More, I don't go to as many as the people who live outside of Nashville assume you go to if you live in Nashville.
I know, and we really should go to more shows, given that there's all kind of great music. I mean, it would just, we'd stroll down the street on a Wednesday night and catch Bruno Mars at Nissan Stadium for $120. That's not bad.
He looks good now. He doesn't look like he owes a debt to Vegas anymore.
What do you mean?
Do you remember
Was he going through it?
Oh, dude, going through it is an understatement.
Why? What happened?
He was doing like a Vegas residency. There were rumors that he had a large gambling debt that he was paying off, and now he's making
recklessly speculate.
No, I'm not reckless. I'm speculating safely. I'm precautiously speculating. That is something that is. If you look it up, Bruno Mars Vegas debt. It's something that he jokes about.
The least trust. Wait, Bruno Mars, April 13th, 2026. Bruno Mars shares playful update about $50 million in gambling debt.
I don't know why you guys think I'm just always lying.
Because you lie all the time.
I'm good at it. Really good at it.
No, you just lie so often. You confuse us.
Distract.
Would be a great political strategy. Turns out it actually is.
Yeah. I'll lie to you so much you'll never know what the truth is.
Turns out winning political strategy. So owes $50 million in gambling debts to MGM Resorts. Rumors. Okay, so Google AI is saying that number is inflated.
Sure. It's like 48, maybe 50.
A 2024 report alleging his gambling habits had racked up a $50 million debt to the BetMGM Resorts Casino, according to E! News.
But he playfully joked about it at his concert, saying he said some kind of quippy thing that like, oh, I'm not that down bad anymore. But he used to have like bad raccoon eyes, like looked like Skeletor off He-Man.
So does Lucas. Should we investigate him for a gambling debt?
Why do you think the Russians were charging his card for Xboxes? Who do you think he owes money to? He's handling his
keeping
debt.
his gaming systems for collateral.
He's over in Portugal trying to smooth it over with the Spaniards right now.
He doesn't own a house. He's driving his sister's car, so he has to put up his Xbox for collateral for his gambling debts. I like that. Let's start more Lucas rumors while he's in Portugal.
Oh, I love that.
Let's see what sticks.
He's over there getting a BBL. He's over there getting a...
No, we should talk about him getting an ass reduction.
Reduction.
It's like slapping God in the face.
God, it's so hard to sit in these seats now. How did you guys do this before? My ass is bony.
And that concludes our soccer analysis for the day. 615-737-1045 is how you jump in. If you want to, throughout the course of the show, like I said, we are going to get into some college basketball stuff with Mike Wilson of VolQuest. He's now a VolQuest. I don't think he's been on the show since he joined up with VolQuest. But to talk about the Juke Harris signing, the biggest signing anywhere in portal news in college basketball was Tennessee yesterday, or a couple of days ago. A huge win for Rick Barnes and his staff. But coming up next, coaches have been polled on what they want to do regarding conference championships, the college football playoff calendar. The results are out, and they're in an article on The Athletic. We'll talk about it coming up next. Welcome back to the show, fueled by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, the best hot chicken in the world. So, the AFCA, the American Football Coaches Association, this is not an organization that has formal power to change rules, but it is an organization that has a number of members, coaches in particular, that sit on a number of NCAA committees. And so when the American Football Coaches Association gets together and offers recommendations, a lot of times those recommendations can actually be turned into proposals that become official proposals and then become rule in the NCAA. We're going to get into what The Athletic is reporting has come out of the latest meeting of the AFCA here in just a second, right after I remind you that the 104.5 The Zone Golf Classic presented by Ferguson is Monday, June 15th at Nashville Golf and Athletic Club, located in the heart of Cool Springs. This historic golf course features breathtaking panoramic views of the beautiful Middle Tennessee countryside. The 2026 Golf Classic will be highlighted with great food, cocktails, prizes, and special guests. You can purchase your team today and choose between 2 flights, 8 a.m. or 1 p.m. Spend the day teeing off with so many folks at the station. For more information or to purchase a team, visit 1045thezone.com. You love the Golf Classic.
I look forward to it every single year.
How long into the show is it going to take you to warm up your vocal cords to the point where they're not just, I mean, I can literally, if you're an audience member, it probably sounds as if you're talking too close to somebody who is projecting phlegm onto you when you speak.
I'm good. Listen now. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Dude, my voice is kicking. What are you talking about?
Okay. Yeah, the Golf Classic, big time.
Big time. I mean, I love it mostly because a lot of our sponsors get teams. We get to.
Somebody said nothing is historic in Cool Springs. That's fair. It's kind of like a shopping mall.
It is a beautiful course. I think last year it was like a torrential downpour in the middle of it, and it still ended up being a beautiful day. The carts, you get to ride around. They have a ton of sponsors at each hole. It is worth the entry fee alone just to see how lit Ron Slay gets. Ron Slay is
just Slay.
Slay is
just Slay.
The live party animal.
Just Slay.
Are you alluding to the fact that I'm also going to be pretty lit?
You're the only person I know that's Ubered to the golf event and then had your girlfriend, now fiance, come pick you up from the golf event after she's had a hard day, putting food on the table.
If you are not sober, you must Uber. That's what my mom told me in college. I've always lived by that.
No, I support that.
And the fact that Cheyenne had to drive to Dixon one year to pick me up when we lived in Hermitage, be that as it may. If my safety is in peril, I will use my girlfriend card or fiance card at this point.
Yes.
Which, by the way...
You want to talk about this?
She called me at 10 o'clock on the dot. And she knows, she's very cognizant of my time in the show. She's very aware of when the show starts. So if she's calling me at 10, I'm worried. I'm like, oh, something
has happened.
She just got out of surgery last week. So I'm thinking like, oh, she had an issue. Something went wrong. So I call her. I'm like, are you okay, baby? What's wrong? She's like, oh, no, I was just excited about something I wanted to tell you. I said, the show starts in like 5 seconds. She was like, yeah, I'll tell you later. We went to break and I called her. I was excited because Sunday when we get back from Chattanooga, we get to go to, what's our trashy water park that you hate?
Oh, Nashville Shores.
Nashville Shores. She's like, oh, I just remembered that Nashville Shores opens on Sunday and we're going to be able to go out there when we're hungover. Okay, thanks, baby. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. I was terrified that something was wrong, but just... Are we trash?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we're trash. Can't wait to be full hippo mode in that wave pool.
But you know what? I'm sure there's something liberating about that. Just no cares in the world. Just I don't imagine you hippo mode. I imagine you floating on your back with your belly protruding from the water, like just backpedaling through the wave.
No.
Around children.
Let me paint you a picture.
Nashville Shores.
I am like those
My
seals.
nightmare, by the way.
Picture me as one of those seals. Like,
like the chonkers? You've seen this
yes.
giant seal that's taken over one of the boardwalks in California?
A giant seal, smooth body, and as my toes hit the ground, I just whoop back to the top. I'm just a buoy out there, just bobbing. Kids do not want to get around me. Parents are warning their children, stay away from that man. Why is he in the wave pool?
Because there's bubbles and blue ink to indicate that somebody's peed.
I bet players are not peeing themselves now that we know that the replacement referee era is looking like it's at its end.
That's not what we're doing.
That's right. I bet, dadgummit. I bet SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey is not peeing in his pool over the fact that conference championships may be being removed, according to Chris Vanini.
What? Mickey Ryan is somewhere shaking his fist at a radio for just how awful that transition was. Yes, we do miss Mickey, of course. Which, by the way, did I talk about this on air the other day?
His daughter?
I ran into his daughter playing a gig on Broadway.
Killing it.
She's crushing it. Shout out Audrey. Anyway, the College Football Coaches Association, the AFCA, they have recently had a meeting where they are calling for the college football playoff to, quote, maximize the number of teams. So the opposite of what Lucas wants. Expanding further the college football playoff. They are also recommending the elimination of conference championship games and that the CFP in total is completed by the second Monday in January for a number of different reasons. So Chris Vanini, like Robert mentioned at The Athletic, has been doing reporting on this, and they are not specifically saying what the expansion number should be. So we are currently at 12, right? If we go to 16, if we double it, if we go to 24, the way that it has been talked about, and that has currently been debated and is actively being debated by conference commissioners. The quote from the release is, future playoff models should maximize, again, not a set number, should maximize the number of participants while honoring the proposed completion date. So if the coaches are the ones recommending this, what is the biggest argument against college football playoff expansion? Because they're saying, let's widen the field, let's give more opportunities, let's have it done by the second Monday in January.
I would imagine more games would equal more opportunities for injuries to happen, teams to have injuries plague them. It wouldn't be the same quality of play that we're accustomed to if you have backup quarterbacks or backup offensive linemen trying to play. So the quality of play would drop, would be my major worry. But
is the money that the 24-team playoff or even 16-team playoff stands to make these conferences, does that offset the amount of money that the SEC and the Big Ten in particular make off the conference championship games? Those are really the two big ones. I'm sure the ACC has some level of revenue reporting on that would be in the ballpark, but nobody is making more money off conference championship games than the two biggest conferences right now, which are the Big Ten and the SEC. So if on aggregate, the expanded playoffs nets more TV money for everybody, you can spread that money more evenly across the board, especially in a revenue sharing model, the way that we have entered into in the last couple of years, specifically with collegiate athletic departments. You're also seeing the residual effects of budgeting and non-revenue sports. I think it was, did I see Arkansas the other day eliminated their tennis team? I don't want to speak incorrectly. I saw that there was a Power 4 school that was eliminating something like men's and women's tennis. And you know, there are going to be some collateral damage. We talked about collateral early in the show. There's going to be some collateral damage from the constant money grab that is college football specifically and college basketball after the fact, the revenue sports more than anything. But the additional details in here, the proposed completion date, the second Monday in January, rather than the third Monday in January, which has typically been in place for the 12-team format. Because the thing that drives me the most insane about the college football playoff is just how long it takes to get from one game to the next. The calendar is so spread out. And the only reason that I was more cognizant of that this year than I was any other year is because I was going to some of these games. I went to the Peach Bowl. I went to the national championship game to watch Indiana. Next year's national championship is set for January 25th, so the end of January. And the coaches are trying to find a way to box that playoff end date in to give themselves more time to be able to just have normal lives after the season ends and not jump right back into recruiting and portal stuff immediately the way that you have to do. I don't think there's going to be a lot of tears shed for the coaches in this, given the amount of money, especially at the higher ends that you see these guys make. You're like, oh, that's what the money is for. But, I mean, it is the Dusty May thing after Michigan won the championship. I don't know if you saw, like, the time that he was prepared or preparing to spend with his family immediately after they won the game, and he was like, no, I have to get on the phone. I have to start booking flights to go visit recruits and transfer portal guys and all these different things. Otherwise, we're not going to be in a position to be competitive next year, much less repeat or make an attempt to. It's madness in college football and college athletics right now, specific to the transfer portal. So the championship game set for January 25th next year. That's the fourth Monday in January due to the timing of New Year's Day late in the week. So you are going to find ways to try and shorten that time period between the number of days, or shorten that number of days between the games that are being played, reducing the minimum number of days between games to no fewer than 6. The current rule is 7. That would currently push back next season's semifinals.
And he notes that in a reply to the original tweet. Another sneaky recommendation to change the days off between CFP games from 7+ to 6+. The mandatory week off is why next year's title game is in late January, because it pushes the semifinals back to where New Year's is. So, I mean, that could be another thing that they look into.
Somebody on YouTube says that the Coaches Association with these recommendations are peeing in the breeze, peeing in the wind. I don't know. I think that there is an appetite for expansion. We know there's an appetite for expansion. So it's a safe way for them to shoehorn some of these other changes in if they are willing to compromise on the idea of expansion. And I don't know that coaches would have a huge, like, what would be the biggest issue for a coach as far as expanding the playoff field? That you just have to play in more games?
Yeah, I think it would be more games.
But if you're getting rid of conference championships and replacing them with an additional round of the playoffs, you're not adding games. The proposals do not add games.
Right.
So you're chewing into the way that the current setup exists and eliminating conference championship games, which coaches have talked about not necessarily helping their teams be ready for the opportunity to compete in the playoff, or for the seeding advantages that it actually gives you versus what you get throughout the course of the college football playoff. It's convoluted.
Two-Tone Blue says football has no Cinderellas, don't water it down. I don't think the Cinderellas are who would be getting added. Like, they would make it, but like the extras of the Boise States and the East Carolinas of the world aren't going to be the teams that are getting the benefit of this. It's the fringe SEC, Big Ten, and Big 12 teams, right?
Right. If you're a fan, do you care? Are you going to be upset? I mean, because that's really, it's what this is about at the end of the day. College athletics has gone through so much change in the last 6 years. Are you to the point where you're still turning your nose up at the amount of change that's happening year over year? Now, with the proposed dissolution of conference championship games, do you think that means something to you as a college football fan? The history, the meaning going back in the record books, and how many times you've been able to win the conference or won your conference championship game in history, and what bragging rights come out of that, especially in the SEC or the Big Ten? Or are you somebody who's just resigned to the fact that constant change is going to be a part of collegiate athletics until we really fine-tune this thing, and that you're just going to ride the wave? And if there's more games of, I don't know, manufactured consequences, because that's what it feels like to me. You're doing away with something that actually has meaning in conference championships and being like, but look, we'll have more playoff games. Even though the playoff games aren't going to change, it's really not going to change the landscape of how the college football playoff plays out, unless all of a sudden you have another Indiana. I'm inclined to think that while the environment for that to happen exists only in today's modern college football, I don't know how recreatable the Indiana thing is. Like, Vandy feels like a close approximation, but even Vandy has its shortcomings. Like, the Indiana thing is so absurd for a number of different reasons, and I think that people and programs, athletic directors, are going to look at that and be like, we have the resources to recreate that here too. When in reality, it's more than just throwing money at something like that. I don't know that you're going to, Indiana is a Cinderella, but they weren't a Cinderella. They were undefeated. They were just caving everybody's skulls in all season long. They're a Cinderella as a program, but not as an actual team that was competing in the college football playoff last year. Recommendations coming in on the F&M Bank chat. We'd also take your phone calls on this. If you want to get involved, 615-737-1045 is the number. A quick reminder before we read some of that feedback that 3HL is going to be at, well, actually, both 3HL and the morning show are going to be at Dickens Turf.
Two separate ones.
And Landscape Supply, one in Mount Juliet, that's the morning show.
Correct.
And one in Murfreesboro, that's 3HL, for Ferris Days. Their open house on Ferris Days. Come down during Ferris Days to get the best financing and best prices of the year. Go where the pros go. Dickens Turf and Landscape Supply. Unlock everything Ferris has to offer at Ferris Days, only at Dickens Turf and Landscape Supply. People in the comment section saying Brandon Rushing, who's a Vols fan, or at least his profile picture would indicate that he's a Vols fan, says there's only one Signetti, talking about recreating the Indiana story and having another one of those exist in a 16-team playoff or a 24-team playoff. Like, Robert, you're an ECU alumni. If ECU was actually to get Mr. Beast to donate resources to NIL.
That would be sick.
Right? But, like, that's the kind of hypothetical. We live in a world where that is not so far-fetched, where it would be a stretch, but not the most outrageous thing in the world.
And apparently they have met to discuss this.
Right? I've got Mark Cuban. Made a hell of a difference in my college football and college NIL experience. ECU would have to have not just resources dumped into that thing, but you would have to have a full cycle of recruiting. You would have to have a situation like Signetti had coming from James Madison with older players who are ready to compete almost right away. Elijah Surratt went in the 5th round this year, the 4th round?
4th round, I think 115.
And he was a transfer from James Madison, won the championship with Indiana, was there for 2 seasons. Whether he was their best receiver, most consistent receiver, Omar Cooper obviously was their most talented receiver, but you almost need 2 full seasons of that and a coaching staff and good decisions in the transfer portal to even get into the college football playoff picture, much less go on an undefeated season and a national championship victory. I just don't think they're going to create another one of those.
It would be a fact of them keeping their head coach and his players just becoming able to play that without having to do the jump is what would have to happen. Have you seen and no one of merit has brought this to anyone's attention, but I have seen a number of people in sports media bring this up about bowl games and changing them from the end of the season to the beginning of the next season, moving all bowl games to week 0. And then the beginning of the college football season has a bunch of incredible matchups. I would love that. I would love that if they would just push it off to the next season, but I doubt that's going to happen.
So the recommendations from these coaches, they're not official NCAA proposals, just as a reminder, but a lot of those people that are recommending these changes are on the NCAA committees, from TV broadcasters to conference commissioners to coaches themselves. Networks added in this report from The Athletic also want to avoid airing CFP games at the same time as NFL games because they don't want the conflict. They don't want anybody cutting in on their audience. But under, I'm not sure who Bowl is. Who's Bowl? Craig Bowl, the AFC.
Oh, that's Bowl's father.
CA director. That's not correct. Craig Bowl is the executive director of the Coaches Association. He told The Athletic, quote, commissioners and TV executives are the main stakeholders in this, and obviously there's a significant amount of funding with those dates. The TV audience for the Indiana-Miami game was off the charts. Where coaches are, where players are, is January 25th, and the amount of time that's elapsing in what goes on. And this is why coaches would be in favor of an ending that moved that date up. I think we all would be, right? I think that's the thing that makes the most sense in this situation. Anyway, I'm sure there will be updates as we go along. There's some interesting numbers on Cam Ward and the amount of additional pressure that he was under beyond just the 55 sacks that he took last year. We're going to get into that coming up next. I'm Buck Risings, 104.5 The Zone. No one wants to deal with a plumbing, HVAC, or electrical emergency. Most of the time, you don't know what it will cost, or if it'll get fixed correctly, or if someone is just trying to sell you something. That's when you call Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, because their experts are going to solve your problems quickly. The price you're told is the price you'll actually pay. There's no hidden fees or surprises when you get your bill. Hiller has been in business for over 35 years. They're family-owned and operated, and their techs are professional, experienced, and trustworthy. When they're on their way, you'll receive a photo of the tech and a link to track them in real time so you don't waste time waiting around. 100% satisfaction guaranteed of happy you'll be, or the service is free. That's the Happy Hiller promise, so visit them online today at happyhiller.com. Welcome back to the show, fueled by Hattie B's Hot Chicken. Best hot chicken in the world. Ooh, we're about 14 minutes away from all the Middle Tennessee Hattie B's locations being open for business. Get your lunch plans in order right now. So, we talked to Brian Dable over the weekend, Dable like table. And among the things that we have spent time talking to Brian Dable about since the last time that we met, that was prior to free agency. That was right after he got the job, maybe about 3 weeks after he got the job officially. Since then, they've signed a number of free agents, Wan'Dale Robinson, Daniel Bellinger, Austin Schlottman, who has previous familiarity, Mitch Trubisky, who has previous familiarity. Who's got more quarterbacks right now, the Ravens or the Titans?
Ravens have 5.
Titans,
just added Skylar Thompson.
Titans have Levis, Trubisky, Cam. Is there another one? Is there a fourth one? Oh, they have Hendon Hooker. Hendon Hooker's running around out there.
And Will Levis.
I said Will Levis.
Oh, okay, good.
So 4 quarterbacks for the Titans. And I don't know what's going to happen with Will Levis. That's probably a segment. I would actually be curious to talk to Will. It's been a while since we talked to Will. Probably been about a calendar year since he's been available to media. A little more than a calendar year, or rather, a little less than a calendar year since he chose to have the shoulder surgery where he shut it down right before training camp got underway and missed the entire 2025 season. Lucky for him, because it was brutal on a number of different fronts. Now he comes back in. Are they going to keep him? Are they going to try and trade him? I would be surprised if Will Levis was still on this roster in week 1, but I suppose stranger things have happened. And then there's the needs that they still have as we enter post-draft free agency. The offensive line scares me. It just flat out scares me. Because the fastest way to ruin him is to basically take the approach that the Bengals did with Joe Burrow, where you're like, he can get out of it. He can avoid pressure.
Joe Burrow said he doesn't mind the pressure. He's okay with taking sacks on first and second down.
Insane. An insane thing to say. Also, the something that a much younger player would say. And I'm sure Cam Ward thinks he's the baddest mother bleeper around and all these different things. That's fine. Like, he's tough. He's tough as hell. Nobody would question that, but you don't want to have to further test that if you don't have to. So I saw this stat from Jacob Gibbs, a number of stats from Jacob Gibbs, who does a Fantasy Football Today newsletter for CBSSports.com. And he had these numbers on the highest avoided sack per dropback rate in 2025. So basically, how often a quarterback was able to avoid a sack based on the amount of dropbacks that they took. Robert, if I asked you to guess where Cam Ward ranked in total dropbacks last season, how many times he dropped back to pass, either got a pass off, got sacked, or threw an incompletion? How many dropbacks, or where would you say on a scale of, let's call it 1 to 40, Cam Ward ranked last season?
It's tough because I feel like they were down a lot, so they probably had an opportunity to throw, but I also don't think that they were able to realize drives and stay on the field for long enough. I'll put him square in the middle at 16.
He was 7th.
Wow.
7th in dropbacks. That's what I'm saying.
So I wonder if part of that...
It was basically a suicide mission out there for him, a football suicide mission.
And they weren't able to really run the ball super effectively, so that probably limited their offensive capabilities.
Till Cleveland. That was December. That's the thing that drove me nuts about Callahan, and then really the start of McCoy is they would give up on the run. I remember Blaine talking about that and just a lack of commitment to the run. And I understand that the game score would take you out of it sometimes, but at a certain point, you're just getting this dude killed. Like, I'm not saying wave the white flag and run the football just to get out of there faster. You're trying to win the game. And I'm sure Cam wants to drop back, 10,000 times if you'll let him, but 623 dropbacks for this guy last year. It's insane when you think about, 1, their limitations running the football, 2, their limitations in pass protection. They were not good. So Cam Ward had the highest percentage, the highest avoided sack per dropback rate in 2025. 7.9% of his dropbacks was he able to avoid a sack. Jacoby Brissett, Lamar Jackson, Caleb Williams, Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield all rank below him in terms of how often they were able to avoid a sack while dropping back.
Which at face value sounds like an incredible stat for Cam Ward.
Except when you realize he got sacked 55 times. So how much more pressure was he actually under than just the 55 sacks that he ended up taking? Or penalties that may have negated a sack or something like that, right? How many times did he get hit? How many times he's just running for his life back there? And here's the thing, though, because when I present the audience with that initially, I'm sure that the knee-jerk reaction is, wow, that offensive line was way worse than I thought it was. But even to Cam's own admission, he is talking about half the sacks are on me. He's self-aware enough to know that he holds the ball way too damn long and that he is manufacturing a lot of this pressure. Now, clearly, he has the ability to avoid pressure, and you want to take advantage of that. You want those 3rd and 7 scrambles for 10 yards where he's running around back there. He finds a lane because the defense is sunk back in coverage. He takes off. He gets out at the sideline, a la Patrick Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers at his peak. That's your ideal scenario for Cam taking advantage of his mobility, for sustaining drives, for evading pressure and turning into something that it's not. So he does have a higher percentage of avoided sacks here than some of the most mobile quarterbacks you'll find. Lamar is lower on this list than Cam. Josh Allen, Jackson Dart, Justin Herbert, Mahomes last year, Drake May, Tyler Shuck. But also, they are under way less pressure than Cam Ward is. And he has to figure out the balance of finding ways to make plays without jeopardizing himself, because he is jeopardizing himself far too often. And that's something he's cognizant of, something the coaching staff is going to be cognizant of. They have ways to help him, provided that he is coachable enough that they will find ways to ingrain that into his process and make some of these more boring and routine motions or throws where you're taking a 3-yard completion or a 5-yard completion or a 7-yard completion just to keep things alive and you get the ball out quickly, that will ultimately help, 1, sustain your career, 2, sustain your drives.
Another important part of it is going into the last week of the season, Cam Ward was the only starting quarterback in the NFL who played in every single game. So that just adds to the point
Started every single game, yeah.
Right. That adds to your point of he was under pressure more than everyone else. He also had more opportunities to be under pressure than everyone else.
Yeah. And, he got knocked out after that first drive in Jacksonville and didn't return. But still, that's the other thing. You are going to have to live in a reality where he's probably going to be running around a lot back there, again, with the offensive line moves that you have or have not made. And then you have to consider what you're going to put a backup quarterback into that situation. Because obviously I'm rooting for Cam to be as healthy as humanly possible. I'm going to go ahead and bet the under on 17.5 games for Cam to start, or 16.5 games. I'm going to bet under. We're not doing that in the NFL at any position, starting all 17 games, no matter how tough you are. It's just luck. You're playing the percentages. So I'm going to bet that Cam is not going to start all 17 games again this year. It would be a miracle if he did, especially given his offensive line situation. But that just re-emphasizes the urgency of the offensive line moves that they have not made, or the things that need to come to fruition really fast with a couple of day 3 rookies in Fernando Carmona and Pat Coogan. And maybe we'll see what happens with Cordell Volson, who's not been a great player by any stretch of the imagination, but has started a lot of games. Schlottman, we'll see if he can't benefit from an actual starting opportunity here. But you're white-knuckling your way through the offensive line situation, again, for like the 6th straight season.
The other part of it is they'll probably add people after they get some practices under their belt. Like once they see what they have in the rookies and the new additions through free agency, if they don't like what they see through OTAs or any of the other practices, they'll probably add more competition to those spots.
You're going to see more players, especially at the bottom of the roster. They're going to churn it.
But it doesn't make sense. I know a lot of people are like clamoring for Zeitler or any of the older offensive linemen that have yet to sign. But there's a reason they haven't signed yet. They don't want to go through these practices. They're veterans. They don't really have to do that yet. So, I mean, if they're going to add one of these dudes, I imagine it would be later in June, July, maybe August when these guys get added.
And I haven't looked at the numbers for their average separation as far as pass catching options goes versus the rest of the league. I'm sure they were not getting guys open regularly other than Calvin. And then when Calvin would get open, there were drops, right? So some of those numbers, it's not just going to be on Cam or the offensive line. There's going to be some of that stuff that's, good defenses. Number one strength of schedule. You have all kind of great secondaries that you're playing against last year with one of the worst wide receiver cores in football. So there's a number of different things that even if they just slightly progress to the mean, should make you an infinitely more competitive football team.
Yeah, the way the wide receiver room was built last year wasn't predicated on guys getting open like Eli Guyman or Vance Jefferson or Vance. What I use his full name, Van Jefferson. None of those guys are really getting open with any kind of regularity. So, I mean, that just wasn't what they had. The room wasn't built to do that.
What do we have to give away for the dumbest thing in sports?
We have some really good prizes today. I mean, it's going to be tough to top Jerry Seinfeld yesterday. Russell Dickerson tickets.
Okay.
Are you a fan of Russell Dickerson?
Little country music?
Yeah, a little twang.
Okay. I know a lot of people in the audience are. 615-737-1045 is the number. If you call in, give us the dumbest thing in sports this week. We'll give you those tickets to Russell Dickerson coming up next. We interrupt this show with breaking news. Two Rivers Ford has announced employee pricing for everyone. You pay the same price as a Ford employee on the whole Ford lineup. That includes the F-150s, the Broncos, the Explorers. I drive an Explorer from Two Rivers Ford, and Expeditions. And when you buy from Two Rivers Ford, you're buying from a locally owned family business that's been here for over 4 decades. They literally win customer service awards for how great the car buying experience is at Two Rivers Ford. It's a huge part of the reason that they've been in business here in Middle Tennessee for over 4 decades, making that car buying process for you fast, easy, and more fun. The prices are always highly competitive. You will not find better financing options anywhere around. Two Rivers Ford is here to help you, so put a Ford in your driveway. Employee pricing at Two Rivers Ford, the South's most trusted Ford dealer.
This is a different court, Blair.
Same result, Slay.
Oh, okay, Blair. See, that's Tyler Tanner. See, Tyler Tanner's in the house now.
Let's see what you got. Jerry's out, Blair.
Blair, come on. Okay, Blair, just come sit down. Come on, Blair, stop. You're going to get hurt. Blair, get off the court. That's enough.
What's the verdict, Blair?
The courtroom is where I play ball.
Boy, Durham, injury law. And that ain't got no rules.
11:03, good morning, live from the Circus Sports at the Mid-Kentucky Down Studios. I am Robert Walsh. And NFL news yesterday, per Kevin Seifert of ESPN, negotiations between the NFL and NFL Referees Association have progressed far enough that the union has scheduled a ramification vote for Thursday night. When formally approved by both sides, the agreement would avoid the necessity for using replacement referees this season. The existing CBA is set to expire on May 31st. Round 2 of the NBA playoffs last night, the Pistons take Game 1 over the Cavaliers, winning 111-101, and the reigning champion Oklahoma City Thunder dominated the Lakers 108-90 in Game 1 of their series. For all your foundation repair and your waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
For the opportunity to win 2 tickets to see Russell Dickerson, 615-737-1045, the number. Call in and tell us what the dumbest thing in sports this week is. Robert, you've been watching the NBA playoffs, haven't you?
Dude, basketball has been killer this year.
I don't think there's a bigger 360 in sports than regular season NBA to postseason NBA, because it's as compelling as anything. I mean, obviously, it's not the only thing on TV right now, but it's taken up a lot of oxygen. The first couple of rounds of the NBA playoffs have been a lot of fun. Now, it wasn't fun for Philly the other night. They got smoked by the New York Knicks in Game 1 of their second round playoff series. Now, Robert, do you know anything about the Met Gala?
I do. Do I? I've been invited many times.
To work it, to
be there.
To clean up the tables.
I'm the epitome of fashion. What do you mean?
Does Crocs have anybody sponsored walking the red carpet? I saw Jimmy Butler snuck an aloe hoodie in there, like an aloe hoodie with a blazer, called it high fashion.
Joe Burrow was much more well-dressed for that than he was the Kentucky Derby.
Yes, he was. So, the Met Gala was on the same night as Game 1 between the Knicks and the Sixers. And so, the Knicks obliterate Philadelphia, and they make history in the process. They're the first NBA team ever to win 3 consecutive playoff games by 25 points or more. So they're feeling themselves, the New York Knicks. And they decide, you know what? Let's go out and celebrate, boys. Nothing bad could happen from a celebration, especially for a New York franchise, celebrating after a Game 1 victory against a lesser opponent and feeling themselves a little too much. So they decide, let's hit up Madonna and Sabrina Carpenter's Met Gala party. So I guess Madonna and Sabrina Carpenter have a joint Met Gala party. And so the New York Knicks are going to go celebrate at the Met Gala party. According to TMZ, multiple sources tell TMZ, several Knicks stars tried to hit up the Madonna-Sabrina Carpenter ultra-exclusive bash at Zero Bond late Monday night, just hours after their Game 1 playoff win. They couldn't get past the door.
What?
Whoever's working the door said, you know what? I don't know that it was Jalen Brunson, but let's just say Jalen Brunson. Not famous enough to be at Madonna and Sabrina Carpenter's Met Gala party.
I don't know, man. It's New York. How are the Knicks not getting in to a Met Gala party?
After beating the Sixers that way, well, because nobody that went to the Met Gala was at the game.
Was it, or was it last night? What do you mean?
They beat the Sixers.
I thought the Sixers were playing the Celtics.
The Sixers were playing the Knicks.
Oh, okay. I got my timeline wrong. That's my fault.
Yes.
My fault.
Scared me for a second. So, yeah, the Sixers and the Knicks are squaring off in their playoff series. But that's the thing, right? Like Ben Stiller went to the Met Gala instead of going to the Knicks games. What's Lucas's boy? The actor. Timmy Shal.
Oh, yeah, Marty Supreme.
Timothy Chalamet. He went to the Knicks game instead of going with Kylie Jenner to the Met Gala because all ball, Timothy Chalamet. So
What a stud. What a stud. Stronger man than me. I tell you that right now. Stronger man than me.
No, honey, I will not go with you to the Met Gala in one of the best dresses you've ever put on in your entire life and a lifetime of wearing nice dresses. I'm going to the Knicks game. So nobody that was at the Met Gala went to the Knicks game. How are they supposed to know the next one? They're like, a bunch of tall dudes. We don't know y'all. Keep it moving.
Or Brunson, a little short dude. I mean, Brunson's still pretty big.
Little fella. Yeah. You want to talk about no juice? The Knicks. No.
That's not nice.
No juice, Knicks.
They've got juice.
No juice,
Don't
Knicks.
do this.
No juice, Knicks.
Spike Lee and Stephen A., they need this. They need this, damn it. Don't you take this from them.
Can't get into the Met Gala party, the dumbest thing in sports this week.
I'm all for raising awareness in unique ways. I think we did that at the install for Home Street Home. And, there's causes that don't get enough love. But when I saw this article from the New York Post, it gave me pause. For a number of reasons. Man uses his penis to pull a police car down the street to, quote, raise awareness for prostate cancer.
Oh, no.
Yes, I will click that article and read it. Thank you.
Fine, you got me.
Yeah, you will get my click and time on page. A wacky strongman believes he becomes the first person in the world to pull a car with his manly object while on fire. And he insists that the fantastic phallic stunt was a bid to raise awareness for prostate cancer.
While on fire?
John Stevenson, 50, hauled a 2-ton French police car 131 feet along a residential street using his manhood after being set ablaze.
What?
He completed this challenge in Halifax, West Yorkshire, on Thursday, April 30th. With the way they listed this, I thought this was 3 different places he did this. Halifax,
Just
West
took the show on the road as an exhibition.
Hey, honey, I'll be back home later. Baffled as residents watched on using
Come see the man with the flaming Richard.
It was the Richard was not on fire. His body and face were on fire.
How does the other parts not get on fire?
It looks like he was wearing
got a flame retardant
clothing. Yes, that's what it looks like. His clothes were doused in something that was flame enabling, and it kept it safe from his face. I think there are other ways you can do this than trying.
Somebody says, of course he was in West Yorkshire. Like this is a thing that happened. What? What does that even mean? Of course.
If you saw this guy's face, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's he." In order to not expose himself to the public, he covered it with a sock, so it was still child friendly.
So he went full Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Sure, that was good. You don't make a lot of good ones. That was good. He had a quote: "People think I'm a bit mad, but I like to set myself with challenges."
He likes to set himself on fire and tie his penis to a car and pull it down a street.
Excluding skin cancer, prostate cancer is the most common cancer in men in the U.S. and second lead causing among male cancer deaths. Get yourself checked. A whopping 1 in 6 men will get prostate cancer diagnosis in their lifetimes. Go talk to that doctor. Go talk to Mr. Stinky Finger. You got to get it done.
No, they don't do that anymore. No, it's just a shot.
Oh, that's right. With the tight end commercial for the Super Bowl. Wow, dude. Yep.
We've advanced past the point of penetration as a society.
I think you can still request it if you don't want to go the shot route.
Some people are into that. Did he raise any money?
I think it was just awareness. I don't think that he raised any money.
What do you mean?
It does not say that he did. There's no money talked about in this at all.
No.
It's a lot of stuff about prostate cancer.
I mean, we're talking about it, I guess.
He is also the world record holder for reeling off 300 punches in 30 seconds. That's insane.
To what? Is he getting punched or is he punching?
I guess it's his member. I don't know.
No.
He's like a speed back. That's my dumbest thing in sports. Oh, my God. He did that while holding 2-pound dumbbells in each hand.
All right. It's too much. This is like a bizarre Peloton workout at this point.
He has also been inducted into the Martial Arts Hall of Fame. This dude is insane. I would not want to mess with this guy.
Survival of the fittest, I guess. 615-737-1045 is the number. I mean, it worked. We're talking about it. I guess he did spread awareness for prostate cancer. So well done by him. If you give us the dumbest thing in sports this week, we will send you to the upcoming Russell Dickerson concert. Let's start with Jordan.
Hey guys, my dumbest thing in sports is Kentucky's man head coach Mark Pope. Yesterday he tweeted out, BBN, I want to talk. Drop your questions in the comments and I'll spend the next couple of days answering them. I just want to know who thought this was a good idea. The comment section was pure comedy. Did not disappoint. Also, today's my birthday. Tighten up, Buck. Love you, Bert.
Yeah, I love you too, buddy. Hold on, I got something for you.
Tighten up.
Yeah. Yeah. We doing it. We are doing it.
I don't know how. Tighten up.
God, could I give like this a little, hold on a second, a little funk?
Tighten up.
Bang, dude. Happy birthday, buddy.
I don't know how anything works back there. Tighten up. But I will tear that entire system out of the wall.
You hear that, Mike and Ian? Don't you let him come in here and destroy this.
I
Our
will
fine equipment.
destroy every piece of equipment that you have back there to get rid of that. Tighten up. Ugh.
Mike, Bergant's here.
Tighten up.
Bang, dude. That's a banger.
You remember when we talked about getting you drunk and letting you rap that freestyle on stage before he came out?
Woof. That would have been great. I have MC Hammer pants off Amazon in my cart right now.
Oh, I hate it. Eric is in Nashville next.
Hey, guys. My dumbest thing in sports has to go to Jaylen Brown of the Boston Celtics, who went off after the Boston Celtics blew a 3-1 lead to the Philadelphia 76ers, talked about the officiating and Joel Embiid flopping. Never mind the fact that the Boston Celtics in the last 3 games missed more than 100 three-pointers. And I tell you what, also, they were trailing by 1 and were 0 for 7 3-pointers after that. Makes no sense. And then the next day after that, he talks about how this was the best season of his career. Was that a solo shot at Jason Tatum not playing? The best season of your career was 2 years ago when you won the championship. No self-awareness, didn't want to take any accountability for their play in the last 3 games. That's my dumbest thing in sports. Guys, y'all take care. We'll talk to you.
It's a good submission. Thank you for the call, Eric. Yeah, Jaylen Brown not complaining about the refs when they're up 3-1, not complaining about the refs when they're up 3-2, complaining about the refs after they've blown Game 7 and lost the series.
And he was like, this is my favorite season I've had. Oh, yeah, when when you're the main guy.
You just hog the ball, James Harden style, peak James Harden style. All right, one more for Doug in Franklin.
Hey, guys. I know Buck's not going to vote for me, but my dumbest thing in sport is Buck saying that A-Rod's nickname is A-Raj.
A-Raj. Famously A-Raj. Tighten up. No.
Appreciate you, Doug. The Dougest thing in sports.
A-Raj.
They don't. No one says that.
Many people are saying that.
Not many.
More people call him A-Rod.
People are saying that.
Then refer to Aaron Rodgers as A-Rod. I said A-Rod, and Lucas immediately jumped to Aaron Rodgers.
You didn't say A-Rod.
I said A-Rod on the front end. I said that A-Rod is good at TV because A-Rod is superficial. And Lucas thought I was talking about Aaron Rodgers.
And you said no.
That's A-Raj. Tighten up.
Can't stand you sometimes.
It's like a taser every time it's like a shock collar for a dog. I hate it so much. Tighten up. Oh, I got a break. I hesitate to tell you this, but I was, I'm dealing with, what do you want to call it? The fallout, the wrap up, the tying up of loose ends from the live show the other night. By the way, we still have to go get your construction hat and
I need it.
My toiletries bag. That's over there. And also the hard drive that has the live show on it has not yet been retrieved. So maybe, just maybe, we will get that live show up and available for everybody to watch on the Zone's YouTube channel. But one of my friends who was in attendance,
yes,
Paxton.
Yes. Oh, we had a great conversation. Love Paxton.
She's texting me about something else work-related. And she sent me a text about 2 minutes ago that said, also, I meant to tell you this last week after your show. Your producer, Bert, freaking love that dude. He's cool AF. We had a long convo about the media industry. And by the end of it, he was saying that Lucas and I should take over somebody else's podcast.
Yes.
You're trying to oust somebody with an existing Tennessee podcast.
Yes.
You're trying to recruit people to replace this person because you don't like this person.
What are we going to talk about here? Yes, veterans who could lose their jobs to rookies.
Dude is awesome. Love his vibe. To which I said, I disagree with all that. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Paxton was great. And all that goes to show you that I was not just flaunting around drunk and loud as you accused me of. I was having productive conversations.
No, that is how I know that you were at your drunkest, because when you're having industry conversations, I know that you're bug-eyed and wired and probably gritting your teeth because you've had too many Zins or whatever the hell else you're ingesting back there, God knows. That's how I know you were teetering on blackout.
Most people are like, I don't want to talk about work. And then I get hammered and I'm like, well, I want to talk about work.
Every time we're around people that don't know anything about what we do, I'm just like, shut up. I don't want to talk to you about ratings.
I love work. I love it. If the bosses are listening, I love work.
Anyway, so we do have the NFL draft in the books, and now we should talk about some vets who are at risk of losing their job. If I asked the audience, guess one player on the team, you can do this in the chat. If you want to, you can call us 615-737-1045. On a list of veteran players that made ESPN's list of vets on the hot seat after the draft, if I told you there was one Titans player who is considered on the hot seat, who would you submit? Why would you submit them? Who, if anybody, this is also something that you could interact with, 615-737-1045, who do you think should be on the hot seat? Veterans on the roster post-draft. I'd be curious to know if you have any additional feedback, any additional names that we're not talking enough about. Robert's already seen the list, so I won't have him guess. But the answer to this question is Cody Barton. So he played damn near every snap last year for Tennessee. I would be surprised if he ended up out of a job, but they are alleging that he is one of the players who might be out of a job here. A lot of people are submitting different players. In fact, it's about the third submission down that finally got around to Barton. I see submissions for J.C. Latham, Tony Pollard, Dan Moore, Calvin Ridley. A lot of these players who people felt underperformed and may be in danger of getting replaced. They can't replace Dan Moore because they don't have a replacement, right? There's nobody that you can swing around unless you're going to put J.C. back at left tackle, and J.C. is also one of the players that's being submitted here as a player who is in danger of losing his job. Two-Tone Blues on YouTube says, all those guys are old. It's got to be someone young. Well, I mean, Barton's not the oldest player in the world. He's still under 30, if I'm not mistaken. And I didn't think he was a disaster. The thing with Cody Barton is he had a career year on the Denver defense. And the Denver defense 2 years ago was awesome. They were as good, if not better, than the Denver defense that made it to the AFC Championship game a year ago. Cody Barton on that defense had a career year. Well done by Cody. He comes here on a 3-year deal. I think it's 21, 3 years, 21. And he comes in here and he immediately provides a stabilizing presence. He's a decent player in coverage. He's savvy enough And he's going to be alongside two young developing players in James Williams and then ultimately Cedric Gray. And Cedric Gray takes a significant leap, and Cody Barton on a defense that is not the Broncos' defense last year gets pretty routinely exposed, especially in coverage, even though he's a former safety converted to linebacker. So the reason why they're considering him a hot seat candidate here, we can talk about here in just a second, right after I remind you that Nashville SC hosts DC United this Saturday, May the 9th at Geodis Park. You have chances to win tickets this week on Ramon and Will. You can win tickets to Nashville SC's upcoming game. And you can also check out their, oh, by the way, these tickets are made possible thanks to Shoney's, from their fresh food bar to their classic menu items. You can't go wrong. Plus, new family meals to go. It's the perfect way for your get-together with locations in Clarksville, Dixon, Lebanon, and Nashville. Shoney's Let's Eat. So they're making the Nashville SC ticket giveaway possible.
Have you seen the Shoney's jokes people are making about the new Nashville or new Nissan Stadium?
No.
So apparently, if you look at the new stadium in a certain angle, the Shoney's sign is in front of it. So everyone's like, this is about to be the world's biggest Shoney's. It's doing numbies on Instagram.
An optical illusion, huh?
Yeah, dude, can you? I love Shoney's, too. If there was one that big, think of the options, dude.
It will not surprise you to know I've never eaten at a Shoney's.
What? We got it.
You can't be surprised that I've never eaten at Shoney's.
I think that's only for outside perception. Shoney's slaps, dude. Shoney's, any of the buffets, Shoney's killer. I know buffets. I said that, and you were like, the only buffet I like is Jimmy Buffet.
R.I.P.
R.I.P., dude.
Didn't his hotel close, or somebody bought it? Somebody bought the Margaritaville Hotel downtown, the one with the giant Titans mural on it.
Is that a hotel?
Yeah.
I thought it was just a restaurant.
No, it's a hotel.
What?
Yeah. It's a hotel. I think they have a restaurant, but there's a hotel in it.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah. Also, some poor bastard's going to have to redo that entire mural because they got new uniforms. It's a giant Titans mural. Took months to complete, all kind of different geometry and hard labor and hours in the sun painting on the side of a building, and now you have to redo it. Maybe. I don't know if they're going to redo it or not. But the reason that they're saying that Cody Barton is a veteran on the hot seat post-draft is obviously because of Anthony Hill. So Anthony Hill comes in here, second-round player. They traded up to get him. Speed. They desperately need speed at every position, but linebacker speed is somewhere where they could use a little more juice. And we talked to Mike Borgonzi about it on Friday night, right? Great sideline-to-sideline player. The Cosell pointed out that his key and diagnose could use some work, could use some fine-tuning, for lack of a better term, with Anthony Hill, so he looks like he's got more of a plan instead of just flying around there. And, you'll take the flying around part. You just have to hone that. You have to focus it. To get the best out of Anthony Hill Jr., and I expect that he's going to play almost right away, provided, God forbid, that he doesn't have any kind of injury or anything like that. So he comes in here. He's also a multi-year signal caller for the Texas defense that had a bunch of high-level players on it. Now, I don't want to get into another year where we're at, I don't even know who the linebackers coach is Borgonzi's brother, right?
Is it not Salah's brother? It's one of the two.
No,
Salah has a brother that's also...
There's a Salah cousin on the coaching staff and a Borgonzi brother on the coaching staff. I'm pretty sure it's Frank Borgonzi, who's the linebackers coach now from Dallas, or comes to the Titans from the Cowboys. And then I don't remember the Salah cousin's name, but I don't believe he is a full titled position coach. I want to say he's like a quality control guy in there or something like that. I should probably know that by now. I was so mad walking around there on Friday and Saturday. I'm like, I just have to learn a whole new coaching staff again. Stop firing people and tighten up. No,
stop firing people and tighten up. I agree with you, Buck.
No.
Chuck.
It's the only way that you're going to make me be more miserable about that.
Stop firing them and just go ahead and tighten the hell up.
Tighten up.
Oh, I got to make a tighten the hell up version.
This Frankenstein monster that you've got.
this magazine clipping ransom note that I've made.
You're just going to keep piecing parts on there. Anthony Hill also, somebody points this out in the chat on YouTube. Anthony Hill said he's a big fan of Cody Barton. I guess from Cody Barton's time with the Seahawks. I don't know why Anthony Hill would be a Seahawks fan. Played at Texas. I should have a bio on him. I don't know where he's from, if he's
Maybe
from the West Coast.
Maybe just a fan of the game, man. Maybe he just sees people's games.
Well, with all due respect to Cody Barton's the answer that you're pulling out there if you're a fan of off-ball linebackers. He also said Bobby Wagner, so I guess he's a Seahawks fan. I don't know what his connection to the Seahawks is. Where is he from? Denton, Texas. How the hell did that happen? Either way. So, is there another name that belongs on this list beyond Cody Barton? I don't think that Barton is in danger. Well, the only thing that Barton's in danger of is not playing 1,000+ snaps.
Right?
You don't have to get rid of him. Like, hot seat doesn't indicate that you have to cut Cody Barton. I don't think the savings are such on Cody Barton where you could just get rid of a good depth player. Somebody who's played a lot of football, who can help your young linebacking core come along. Because it's still only, year 3 for Gray? And really year 2, given that he basically missed, I don't know, he came back in late October of his rookie season, Cedric Gray did, because he was placed on injured reserve. It was really early on. I don't know if it was even before training camp, but it was right around his rookie training camp. So let's just say that this is year 2 proper for Cedric Gray in a starting role. And look what a great player he was when he was able to get a more of an opportunity, when he was able to be healthy for the vast majority of the season until that injury in Week 14 against the Niners. So your room is still really young. You could benefit from having Cody Barton in it. But if Anthony Hill ends up taking the majority of the snaps and Cody Barton's just a depth piece on your roster, then I feel a lot better about their linebacker room.
Unless they were able to get an Ernest Jones-like come up.
Dave Borgonzi, not Frank Borgonzi.
I like Frank. Frank's a better name.
Frank Cignetti, brother of Kurt Cignetti.
If
Frank
they're able
Cignetti
to,
sounds like a PI.
If they're able to get an Ernest Jones-like return for Cody Barton, where you talk about the salary cap savings, you're right. It's not something that would be like, we got to get this guy off our books. But if you can get a 2026 or 2027 4th-round pick for him halfway through the season, I think you run that. Go ahead and run it. You don't have to worry about depth halfway. I mean, you would, but it wouldn't be as imperative halfway through the season. And to get another draft pick, I think it would make a big difference.
Somebody who shall remain nameless for the purposes of anonymity, but just texted those 4 words that I don't want to say. Tighten up. Well, those are 2.
Can you just say the hell?
I will not.
Like, what the hell?
No. You can go to hell.
I can make that work. Some more interesting names on this list.
It was worth it.
Who could potentially help the Titans in another way if they would like to acquire some of these players. Mainly Cesar Ruiz, guard for the New Orleans Saints, and a guard for the Seattle Seahawks under the name of Anthony Bradford. Both of those teams drafted mid-round guards who they think by mid-season could be changes that they would make. Now, I would more like Cesar Ruiz. But the biggest knock on him in New Orleans is he doesn't move people in the run game the way the rest of the offensive line does. And when I went to look at his PFF scores, that is very apparent. His pass blocking grade, 13th among 81 guards that qualified. His run blocking grade, 73rd among 81 guards who qualified. So he would help shore up that right guard position if it was necessary, if you thought Cordero Volson wasn't really getting it done. And the other part of it is I think he would be relatively cheap because of the price tag he carries. $14 million cap hit the next 2 years. So if they didn't like what they saw and they wanted to add someone, he would help with the passing game, but he would not necessarily help improve the run game.
It's more than they were paying for Zeitler last year. That was 9, but he's an infinitely younger player. And I mean, for where they are right now and what they have in front of Cam, I'm okay with you taking the weakest point of. I mean, the Saints' offensive line is going to be one of the best in football next year. If you take the weakest player off one of the league's best offensive line units, and that makes your offensive line unit better, that's exactly the kind of post-draft move that you're talking about. Now, would that be, are they going to be able to leverage that for a trade situation? Would they outright cut him for salary cap purposes? If you wanted to look at a franchise that could use any level of savings at any point in the year.
They're
whatever,
working on it.
Whatever year it is,
They're
man.
working
the
on it.
Saints and cap compliance are a perpetual battle, an ongoing struggle. And so I suppose if you talked about a player or talked about a club that could use anywhere cap savings anywhere they could find it, it would be the Saints. I'm not against the Zeitler thing, I guess. They don't need to spend the most money in the world for him just to try and convince him to come back here. But if it keeps Cam just a little bit cleaner than it otherwise might, I think it's worth the money, man. I am so scared for that quarterback this year. I feel worse about the offensive line situation than I did a year ago. And I mean, there was reasons to be optimistic about the players that they had brought in on the offensive line. It didn't work until the season was already lost. So you shrug your shoulders and say, okay, maybe it could have worked if you got more time. I remember Zeitler talking to us about this in a Monday after press conference where he's like, yeah, when we were in Cleveland, we had to fight our way through. I think he was on the Cleveland team that didn't win a game, that went winless in a season at a much younger age, obviously. I think he was there in Cleveland when that happened. He was talking about, you just had to get through the tough times. And obviously that was really bad. Or whatever they were. Their record was horrendous at whatever point he was on Cleveland. And I guess they started to build it into something more sustainable. But the retort to him was essentially, yeah, but you're on a one-year deal here, Brian. Like, building towards what? And you're also 36. Like, what are we building towards other than your 401k?
I would, if we wanted to put a positive spin on the offensive line conversation, I think that if Cam marginally, incrementally improves in getting the ball out of his hand quicker, not hanging back in the pocket or breaking the pocket when he doesn't need to or whatever, if he makes incremental improvement in that area and the offensive line gels and gets going a little bit quicker than they did last season, I think that would make a much larger difference than just adding one player in here to try to fix it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that would be the positive. Like, instead of 55 sacks, maybe you knock that number down considerably.
Somebody on YouTube says you weren't scared for his life, talking about Cam last year. I mean, how he lived was miraculous. No, I was. Of course I was. But not going in. Going in, I thought they figured it out. I really thought that Bill Callahan was actually going to do something. And instead, they were a disaster. They were the stuff of nightmares. And then everybody got fired 6 weeks in. This, one of the more interesting stories. We have straddled TMZ and sports here a lot lately with the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini thing. But there is something Patriots adjacent that we have to get to coming up next. You got a remix going back there?
Remix.
Got in my ear, said,
Let her cook.
because we're going to talk about Stafon Diggs. And then what did you do? What happened there?
I played.
Little big boy?
Forgot to
Yeah.
take the bump out.
Didn't forget to tell me that you were going to do it, but forgot to do the actual
Let her
thing
cook.
that you told me you were going to do. Anytime I hear Glorilla, I think of you and Z-Tubs. No. This is unacceptable. Oh, it just makes me want to come back there and strangle you.
You couldn't even get your hands around this thick neck.
I got decent-sized hands. I'll find a way. Anyway, speaking of strangulation, Stafon Diggs not charged with strangulation yesterday in a courthouse. So a lot of people have been making the jokes about Stafon Diggs going to jail after the Super Bowl. As soon as the Super Bowl was over, they're going to take him to jail in cuffs, right? Because in the midst of last year's season, when he signed a one-year deal with the Patriots, or signed a multi-year deal with the Patriots, he was cut after 1 year. He was found guilty yesterday, not guilty. Found not guilty yesterday of assault, battery, and strangulation of a female private chef. Robert, did you watch any of the trial coverage? Because this thing
Did I watch it?
has taken over my various social media algorithms as if it was Johnny Depp and that girl that pooped on Johnny Depp's bed. What was her name? Do you remember that?
Oh, why can I not remember?
Johnny Depp and somebody. I can't remember Johnny Depp's
She was a
former
famous
lover.
Pooped in his bed. Dude, my work computer search history is
It's got to be just
Amber Heard.
Amber Heard. Johnny Depp
Amber
and Amber
Turd.
Heard. Yeah. Proud of that one, are you? So anyway, there were charges that stemmed from a December incident that happened in Dedham, Massachusetts, where Diggs lived. So his private chef, Jamila Adams, claimed in an incident report obtained by The Athletic that Diggs slapped and choked her over a pay dispute. Diggs denied the allegations from the onset, and the trial lasted 2 days. Quote, "We have taken these allegations seriously from day one. That's exactly why we were eager for the facts to come to light through the legal process." This is Diggs' attorney, Mitch Schuster. Fame and financial success shouldn't strip someone of their presumption of innocence, but too often it does exactly that. The evidence was shown. What we've maintained from day one, Mr. Diggs was wrongly accused, and this case represents exactly the kind of opportunistic targeting that players can face the moment they step off the field. Did you watch any of her testimony? Because she was a disaster.
Yeah, it
A
wasn't
disaster,
great.
this chef.
I also
who-
don't think that should diminish her claims just because she was bad on the stand.
Sure.
But I understand how it could sway some people's opinions in the moment.
The attorney that was litigating against Diggs in his final statements, whatever those final statements are called, was acknowledged also that the chef was not a very good witness when making his case to the jury at the end of this trial. Now, obviously, to be wrongly accused of something and to come out vindicated, as it seems that Diggs has been, that's a good thing, especially because there are real situations where people are wrongly accused or targeted for specific kind of money grab type of situations. And so often the people that do try to wrongly accuse athletes, this happens a lot of times between men and women. Oftentimes there's no recourse for the people who wrongly accuse in those situations. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that every situation where a woman is accusing a man of some kind of, especially physical or anything of a physical or sexual nature, that should, of course, be heavily considered, and that the process should be seen through thoroughly and you find out what is actually the truth of the matter. But these things can get messy. The legal system has not yet found a way to properly find solutions in domestic violence situations. It always makes me laugh when Roger Goodell takes a stab at it. He's like, we'll figure it out. We'll figure out how to properly punish somebody for domestic violence when the American justice system doesn't do a great job of it already.
This was a big part of the article, in the whole court proceedings.
Closing arguments. Thank you, Ann, on YouTube.
Defense attorneys pressed Adams about the money she said she was owed after working as a live-in chef. She testified that she was paid about $2,000 a week, and she believed that she had not been fully compensated after being sent home. They pointed to a $19K demand and said that the amount increased over time, with her attorney later seeking $5.5 million. When asked about the $5.5 million claim, Adams said, "I can't speak on that." And at other points told jurors, quote, "I don't understand the question," and, quote, "I don't know how to answer the question." So how did $19,000 end up being $5.5 million? I think that's where your claims can start to look like you're trying to stretch someone for money.
So he's a free agent. Who's more likely to get signed? Or who gets signed first? Snead, who just got cleared of all legal wrongdoing yesterday, or it was reported yesterday, or Diggs, who also has just been cleared of any wrongdoing or charges in his specific legal situation?
That's tough, dude. I don't know who.
Diggs is older. Snead's body is older.
And you might say that, aside from Snead's original case, he had not been in any trouble with the law prior to the claims that he just got out of, right? He had never been in any. So I wouldn't say that.
Wait, Snead or Diggs?
Snead.
I don't recall any legal situation, pre-existing legal situation with L'Jarius Snead.
I don't either. So I wouldn't think that would be the reason he doesn't get signed in the future. I think the reason he wouldn't get signed in the future is because he stinks. He's not that.
And his body's broken.
His body is broken. He's falling apart. That would be the reason I don't think he gets signed. Now, I wonder if the off-the-field antics would give teams pause for Diggs long enough that Snead could get signed given an injury, because they don't make outside corners. If someone needs a guy, there aren't a ton of those dudes just sitting out there. And if you want somebody, it's free agent that's been on the market for 3 months, UDFA that didn't get signed, or L'Jarius Snead.
All right, so you tell me if this is too delicate or sensitive of subject matter to have of Stafon Diggs. How does he have so many? I almost hesitate to say it, which probably means I shouldn't.
Opportunities?
No, he has so many situations where he's having multiple children, like basically all in the same time range with multiple women. Like that just has to put so much stress on your life. I'm not saying that, in certain situations, I'm sure if you're hooking up with an athlete and maybe you're in one of these advantageous or trying to take advantage of a situation type of deal, because of course those things do happen. But like I don't know. I don't know what.
To look at it just from an athlete.
It just seems so stressful to have that kind of stuff hovering around your life at all times, especially when it's all like in the same range. And there's, I don't know how many kids he's the father of. I don't know if it's what was that corner for the Jets that had 9 kids? Anyway. That may be too personal a criticism, and like his sex life is obviously none of my business.
Sure, but
it pops up a lot in sports conversation.
From an athlete's point of view, though, which I'm privy to, being the athletic specimen that I am. I would imagine that when you work in a super stressful environment like the NFL, like the NBA, anywhere where you're a professional athlete and you're being pulled in a million different directions every day for PR or having to do a video or practice or
Antonio Cromartie, yes.
I don't know why I can't pull names today. Adding external stress, I would imagine, would be a huge detriment to your mental, your preparation, the time that you can spend healing or recovering, resting. Like if you have all of these other external stressors,
dealing with not even like the parenting elements of it, because obviously there's that, but like you're talking about if you're dealing with paternity and you're disputing some of these things, you're doing, and I'm sure he's not at every court hearing or every paternity situation that he has to be, but like it sounds like Stafon Diggs leads an extremely stressful life. Wasn't there that video a couple years ago when he was still on the Vikings of everybody to a man in the Vikings locker room talking about the one guy you wouldn't want your sister to date, and almost every person said, I think every person might have said Diggs.
And
he's extremely chaotic individual.
And whatever you do, like whether you work
also,
here,
and just to make sure that this isn't a two America situation, Phillip Rivers also.
Bunch of kids.
A lot of kids.
Same mama.
A lot of kids.
I don't care what anybody does when they're off the clock. It's none of my business, none of anybody's business. But if it's affecting your workload, that's when I think teams would start to have cause for concern. But the chat's 100% right. Diggs is the better player. Diggs was great last year with May.
Yeah, it didn't really play out towards the end there because the Patriots offense was basically just Drake May scrambling around for his life in the AFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. Diggs didn't have a great game in the Super Bowl, but they don't get to the Super Bowl without Stafon Diggs having what I would call a resurgent year. And I mean, prior to his injury in Houston, he was playing pretty well for the Texans. So Stafon Diggs more recently has been the better player. They are both theoretically premium positions, even if one is 32, Snead is 28, 29. But just I don't know, there's so many more. I hesitate to say that, though, because, like, in the middle of training camp last year, I remember Vrabel having to answer questions about Stafon Diggs having the little baggie of pink powder.
That Tootsie. He was on that Tootsie.
With a bunch of women that were not Cardi B.
L'Jarius Sneed turned 29 on January 21st.
Happy late birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy late birthday. 615-737-1045, the number, the final hour. Coming up next, we've got news on replacement refs. No more. I'm Buck Rising. It's 1045 The Zone. If your energy's off, if things aren't working like they used to, you're not alone. A lot of times, your body starts to change as you get up there in age, and the Tennessee Men's Clinic, powered by Men's Pro, is here to help you through that next phase of life. What you'll like about them is that they've been doing this for years. They're not just the newest fly-by-night place or sketchy online pill. You're working with true medical providers. They run labs and build a plan around you, not some one-size-fits-all type deal. They treat low performance, ED, weight loss, and even peptides like NAD+. Their treatments have worked for thousands of men, and most guys say they wish they would have come in sooner. Right now, your lab panel and consultation are just $99, so call them today at 615-208-9090. That's 615-208-9090, or go online to TennesseeMen'sClinic.com.
Good afternoon, 12:03, live from the Circus Sports at the Mid-Kentucky Down Studios. I am Robert Walsh, and NFL news yesterday, per Kevin Seifert of ESPN. Negotiations between the NFL and the NFL's Referee Association have progressed far enough that the union has scheduled a ratification vote for Thursday night. When formally approved by both sides, the agreement would avoid the necessity for using replacement officials this season. The existing CBA is set to expire on May 31st. Round 2 of the NBA playoffs last night, the Pistons take Game 1 over the Cavs, winning 111-101, and the reigning champs, Oklahoma City Thunder, dominated the Lakers 108-90 in Game 1 of their series. For all your foundation repair and your waterproofing needs, you got to go to USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and the Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Praise be to the football gods. Negotiations between the NFL and the NFL Refs Association are making progress the way that they need to be. A new collective bargaining agreement, a new CBA, made it to the point where the union has officially scheduled that ratification vote, as you heard Robert bring up, for Thursday evening. So when you get it formally approved on both sides, you have an agreement that would avoid the need for the dreaded replacement refs this season. We are so close, so very, very close to being spared. This is one of those stories where public scrutiny and public criticism does have the ability to impact change, and also massive amounts of gambling money that's spread over every professional sports league that we have right now in the way of sponsorships and naming rights and all manner of different things, sportsbook tie-ins, different manner of fantasy football implications, all these different things that replacement refs could stand to take a sledgehammer to. And so the pressure with the public scrutiny and the money seems to have put us in a place where we are going to get the real deal refs. Never thought I'd be grateful for refs. I can't imagine Titans fans are going to remember this and think fondly on the fact that, yes, these are real refs instead of the replacement ones that we could have been yelling at the next time that a call is missed in a Titans game, as it will inevitably be a call missed in any game this season.
Do you think this was public perception of replacement referees actually impacting how quickly they got this done, or they hustled? Because reporting when this initially came out was the fact that this is unavoidable. This is the Titanic and the iceberg. Like, this is going to happen. We're going to have replacement referees. There's no way they meet in the middle.
So for what it's worth, we do not have specific terms of the agreement. So we don't know, because remember, the sticking point for the Refs Association was greater accountability, essentially, greater performance evaluation metrics that refs were going to have to hit as being that the NFL was pushing for. And that's something that very much is driven by public perception. I also think, Robert, that I want to give credit to people for making enough noise about replacement refs impacting the games. But I do think at the end of the day, the answer to your question, again, is money, because the gambling partners are going to look around and be like, hey, we really can't have a situation where millions upon millions of people on an NFL Sunday are demanding that we refund their money because something went sideways because of a replacement ref, like the Fail Mary. So, and they had instituted a replay provision this year where things were going to be reviewable by New York that would avoid any kind of huge consequence as a result of replacement refs. So they had hedged their bets a little bit, but I do think it's mostly because of the money. So we still don't know the terms and whether that greater accountability for refs, the NFL refs proper, is actually going to be instituted here. But this apparently, according to the reporting of Kalen Kaler and Kevin Seifert, these negotiations have gone on for more than 2 years to try and figure this out. And so the recruiting of potential replacement refs started in March. That set in motion the approval of rules at owners' meetings about the reviewable properties, a sweeping set of rules that would have allowed league staff members to help officiate games from NFL headquarters in New York City, which I'm sure would not have caused some kind of delay to pace of play and a manner of other things that make these things super clunky. But they had rules in place to minimize the type of chaos that happened the last time we had one of these, which was 2012. And that was hugely chaotic. Now, we'll wait to see that news made official on Thursday as far as what they have officially ratified. And the other story that Robert sent to me that I think is worth talking about from an NFL standpoint, the Tyrann Mathieu audio is clean, isn't it?
Isn't it? I have no idea.
Isn't it?
Isn't it? I'll check it out.
You sent it in. Did you listen to the audio?
Yeah, but I don't remember if he says any nasty words.
So a lot of these former athletes or current athletes doing podcasts or YouTube shows or whatever we're calling them, podcasts are on YouTube, podcasts are on Netflix, whatever. It's basically a TV show now. But Tyrann Mathieu, Honey Badger, he's doing an appearance on a podcast called, understandably, In the Bayou. He's wearing his LSU gear. And he's talking about the things that happen inside NFL organizations that people don't see or may not get reported or may be reported in one way that's friendlier to parties involved than the actual details can get. And also, in previous years, and I'm not accusing Tyrann Mathieu of doing this, in previous stories like this, there's also, when you get a microphone in front of your face, there are some of these athletes who misremember details that are important or over-exaggerate situations that take place that cause a bit of a stir. But the Tyrann Mathieu audio was interesting for what he's alleging about the firing of the former Saints coach, Dennis Allen. It's not clean.
It is not clean, but I just listened to it. So it's Tyrann Mathieu's podcast, In the Bayou, and he brings up the fact that
it's his podcast.
Yes, it is his podcast.
Okay.
And he is alluding to the fact that he heard from somewhere in or around the Saints organization that they are mad or upset with Alvin Kamara for spearheading the firing of Dennis Allen and then not necessarily toting water and carrying his end of the bargain after Dennis Allen was fired. Now, famously, Alvin's never had 1,000 yards rushing in a season, but he has contributed in a ton of other ways. He's an older running back at this point in his career, but it seems like that marriage between the two is destined to end on a rocky shore.
And I wonder what they're going to do with him, because what Honey Badger is essentially alleging in this audio is that Kamara was a big part of getting Dennis Allen fired. Maybe Dennis Allen needed to be fired for the trajectory that the Saints were on. But then Honey Badger's argument is, well, you made the case for him to be fired. You pushed out a good man who a lot of people loved and had respect for and was big part of the Saints organization, talks about the familial elements of the Saints organization. And then you didn't produce, where Alvin Kamara's had, less great seasons than we're accustomed to him having for the player that he was at the time when he was starting to use some of that leverage to push Dennis Allen out. And it's not like the Saints have been any kind of revolution on offense, though they are improving in Kellen Moore and Tyler Shuck. And that offensive line, it feels like the Saints are going to be, they should be frisky. They were a hell of a surprise. They may have been the biggest surprise of last season, the Saints.
I saw a meme the other day that tickled me about the NFC South. It's all of the teams' logos, the Saints, Bucks, Falcons, Panthers, and they all have these think bubbles above their head. And it was like, this division stinks. Thank God I'm the only good team here. Because I really don't know. I mean, you could make an argument for the Panthers, because they've been hot and cold, but finished just like one space out of going to they went to the playoffs last year, didn't they?
8-9.
So
there was three of them that were 8-9, and the best one of them might have been the Saints.
Right. So I mean, the Saints got hot at the end of the year. The Bucks kind of fell apart due to injury. The Falcons could never get it right, but their defense was much improved. That is just a weird, wonky. That feels like the NFC East from circa 2012 to 2018. Every team is okay, and none of them are bad. They're just, I don't know. You could lose to them, but you could also beat the hell out of them. You don't really know what you're going to get.
615-737-1045 is the number. If you want to jump in, we can get to your phone calls here in just a second. We could also talk some hoops with Mike Wilson of the Knoxville News Sentinel. He's going to join us formerly of the Knoxville News Sentinel. He's now at VolQuest. A quick reminder that Holiday World is getting ready to open up here in the not-too-distant future. Just 2.5 hours away from Nashville is Holiday World and Splashin' Safari. Offers world-class roller coasters, a top-ranked water park, and free unlimited soft drinks. Start planning your trip today at holidayworld.com. Opens this weekend. Opening weekend at Holiday World this weekend. If you want tickets, you can sign up for a chance to win today at 1045thezone.com/contests if you would like. Yeah, the Saints, somebody on YouTube says the Saints are dumb if they fired a head coach because of what a player says or feels. You don't think that happens more often than you realize? The Doug Peterson, Carson Wentz situation in Philadelphia, that's famously how it came to an end. Carson Wentz started going above Doug Peterson's head to jockey for changes to the organization ownership. And at some point, Carson Wentz had to be sat down and be like, no, bud, this is not how this works. I'm not saying that it's every athlete ever, but and by the way, I'm not necessarily thinking it's wrong for athletes to try and leverage their situation if they can. It's so rare that the employees do have leverage over the employers at the time. So I'm not saying Kamara was necessarily wrong for doing that. It is curious about the decision-making. It's just like here in Tennessee. Whoever has the ear of Amy Adams Strunk most recently tends to survive the latest wave of firings, if you hadn't noticed. 615-737-1045 is how you jump in. Let's take a break here. We'll talk about Juke Harris with Mike Wilson of VolQuest. I'm Buck Risings, 1045 The Zone. Welcome back to the show. Fueled by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, the best hot chicken in the world. Mike Wilson, now VolQuest, joins us now. He's been solo dadding so far this morning. You and me have that in common. Lucas is in Portugal for 5 days, so I am solo parenting all week long with Robert Walsh. Whose child do you think is more difficult? Yours? How old is your kid?
He is 4 months old, 4.5 months old.
Okay, you're a 4.5-month-old child or Robert Walsh. Which do you think is the more difficult challenge?
Your cats.
Yeah, that's probably an
cats.
accurate assessment. Yeah.
Wild beasts.
How are you, bud? It feels like it's been a while since at least I think Lucas has booked you every time I'm gone. So now we decided to return the favor.
I started to wonder if you lost my phone number or something, but now that's clearly not true. So that makes me feel really warm and happy inside.
Yes, we expressed our love for one another over text last night as I was harassing Mike about how to be a worse father and stop prioritizing your child so much and make time for my radio show. Juke Harris, big deal.
Yeah. Very big deal. And, Tennessee's done such good work in the portal up to this point, but that was that final piece. That's that last infinity stone for Tennessee to go get and really complete this class. So can't overstate the need there just to have that elite wing surrounded by so many other good scorers that Tennessee's got. So, kudos Rick Barnes and the Tennessee staff. They did such a good job there with Juke, I think, from the start that they were kind of in the driver's seat. I think it was Tennessee or NBA for a while there, and Tennessee obviously won out.
So how did Tennessee, from your understanding, again, VolQuest is where you can read Mike Wilson, buy Mike Wilson is where you can follow along. How did Tennessee get into that spot where it's Tennessee or the NBA because they're competing with the likes of North Carolina and the defending champions in Michigan?
Yeah, I think it was relationships. Tennessee recruited Juke Harris out of high school, and I think they were probably the runner-up to Wake Forest when he chose the Demon Deacons. He's a North Carolina kid. Knoxville's not super far, and I think the Vols just really did well relationally with Juke and his mom throughout the process. And they had the prior relationship that obviously goes a long way. North Carolina has a new staff. It's not the staff that was around when he was in high school. Michigan was entering it for the first time. So I think there was just some equity there relationally that really worked in Tennessee's favor from the start. And I think that carried throughout.
This is as aggressive as Tennessee has ever had to be, not just ever been, but ever had to be in the portal because of the nature of how much roster turnover they're dealing with in this particular, coming off of this particular season. Are you, what I guess stood out to you in the approach of Rick Barnes doing something that he hasn't necessarily had to do before? But 7 players and the top transfer portal player in the class this year is a hell of a haul, Mike.
Yeah, I think it's 2 things. One, you saw a change in approach. You saw a ton of scoring. These guys averaged 107 points per game combined last season. And so you're bringing in just an absolute rocket launcher firepower level here with all these guys. Every single one of them averaged double digits. All the guards averaged 15 plus. Pretty darn sure. So you brought in a ton of scoring. But to me, what impressed me about how they handled the portal was the decisiveness. It was clear that Tennessee had a plan. And they had Miles Rubin and Dada Ames here the first weekend the portal was open, landed both of those guys right away. Terrence Hill comes in the next week, you land him. Jalen Harrelson landed him. They were so good at addressing their targets, getting them on campus and getting them committed. Every portal player that set foot on campus committed. So they were very well thought out, very well planned. That's a credit to the prep work of Lucas Campbell and Scott Daughtry, which is kind of the little front office operation that Tennessee has. But yeah, it was 1, what they went out to get, but 2, how well they went straight to it and got it done in a very, very quick manner.
I'm salty because Tennessee was a ranking worse than IU was in transfer portal rankings on the 247 composite portal rankings, and the Juke Harris thing put them over the top. I'm very excited to see what Tennessee does this coming basketball season beyond what I'm hoping that my alma mater does in basketball. A national championship in football is not enough. I am very curious to see if this changes Rick Barnes's approach or style as far as how he wants to play, because this is, I mean, it's not like they've lacked offense in these years, Mike, but there have been moments where it's been wildly inconsistent, the kind of offensive production that they could expect. And obviously they're leaning very heavily on Nate Ament this past year, what they were able to get from Gillespie also. If both of those two players, and you could say that of any basketball team, if two of your best players aren't having their best performance, then you're probably not going to have the best night offensively. But they just didn't feel like they had any ancillary options if Gillespie and Ament were not on their game on any particular night. Do you think that this has addressed the problem sufficiently?
Yeah, I would say so. And I think that's accurate. I mean, you even look back to the Dalton Connect Chaz Lanier seasons, like those were the scorers. Like they were the number one scorers. And you had more. You had Jordan Gainey, Santiago Vescovi, Zakai Ziegler, Josiah Jordan James, Jonas Ade. Like you had other guys that could score for you to win games. But last year, the problem was if Jacoby Gillespie's off the floor, it's only Nate Ament who can score, and other teams know that. And then if Jacoby Gillespie's on the floor, Nate Ament's off, same deal. So you watch the team so often and said there's only one guy that can score out there, two at most. And now you've insulated yourself from that problem. You can roll Day-Day Ames in there. You can roll Terrence Hill in there. You've got Tyler Lundblade as a shooter off any movement whatsoever you want. Jalen Harrelson averaged 16 a game as a freshman at Notre Dame as kind of a point forward. And Juke Harris obviously averaged 21 at Wake Forest. So you got so many guys that can score that you're no longer in a spot where you're ever going to have only one guy on the floor that you consider capable of getting you a shot. And the other difference is I think you've got so many guys that can get their own shot. And Tennessee had two. They could do that last year. But now they have a bunch of options that you can throw in there and expect, go get me a bucket, make it happen.
At by Mike Wilson is where you follow along. VolQuest is where you read him. Did you kick your child out of their playroom to do this hit?
My wife has baby James now, so she has taken over after my morning shift with the young one.
And so you've co-opted. So do you have a joint playroom office type of situation, or are you just depriving your baby James of the opportunity to enjoy toys and things like that while you talk about college basketball?
No, he has his own space. This is the guest room office space. He's got his own little palace of toys and playthings and fun and delight.
It sounds like that's what Rick Barnes has going on too at this point in Knoxville. So now, and I know that we've got many, many more things to happen between now and the upcoming college basketball season. This feels like this could be one of the last runs that Rick Barnes has. There's no sense that he's going to retire. Those questions haven't really come up. But where do you feel like he is in his coaching trajectory now? Obviously, we're closer to the end than the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, I've stopped guessing at it. There was the theory that when Zakai Ziegler's done, like that's the last like Rick Barnes heartbeat type player. Maybe he goes out with him. That obviously didn't happen. I think Rick Barnes loves the portal. And I actually genuinely mean that. Like the older coaches,
it's kind of an upset, though, right?
I mean, what's interesting. I mean, you see like the contemporaries for Rick Barnes having bowed out because of various reasons, whether it's just retirement, NIL world, portal world, like whatever it is that's affected some of these coaches and led to decisions. Rick Barnes has embraced the portal. I think he's seen you can immediately address your needs and rebuild your roster exactly as you want to overnight, instead of it taking 2 to 3 recruiting cycles. Because you look back to like when he took over the job, it took 3 years for the program to become competitive. You can become competitive overnight, and they built a different roster this offseason. So I don't know, and I've stopped guessing at it because I've just watched a guy who's really, really owned the portal and embraced it and made it a thing he seems to really excel at. So as long as he's feeling that way about the portal and likes what he can do in it, I don't know why he'd stop.
What should people be keeping an eye out for on VolQuest?
All the goodies, man. Yeah, I mean, we're always working on stuff. This basketball portal stuff's been crazy the past month or so. That's obviously winding down. One spot left now. So I think there's a good idea of where that's going to go with the kid that had visiting last weekend, assuming that everything kind of works out that way. But yeah, trying to get some stuff nailed down on, how did Juke Harris end up at Tennessee? So see if we can get a little story on there cooked in the next couple of days.
There you go. That's why you follow by Mike Wilson. All right, hugs, kisses. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Go be a dad.
I'll do my best.
Love you, Mike.
Love you guys. Also, for what it's worth, I think kid toys cost as much as Tennessee's basketball roster. So just putting that out there.
Yes, the college fund, the savings for all of baby James and all of the different things that come along with baby James. Yes, Mike Wilson now familiarizing himself. I'm sure. I can't imagine how expensive it is to have a kid. Oh, my God. You want to talk about just lighting piles of your family's money on fire, having a child. That would that to me would be the highest end of that. Yes. Oh, no, I'm sure it's a joyful experience. I leave that to you, though.
All right, enjoy your cats.
Thank you, Mike. Get out of here, Mike Wilson. Fall Quest. There with us on 104.5 The Zone. What are you laughing about back there? You got two cats.
Do you think he was gone when you were like, what a waste of time and money having a child is?
I did not think he was still there.
You thought that I just released him from the hellscape that is the show?
Usually, I can't see him. In real time. I'm looking at the stream on about what's the stream delay, like 20 seconds?
About 20, yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at a 20-second delay. So, yes, I figured after we had concluded our business there that I was free to rant and rave about the burdens of children that I don't have.
Interested to see what you think about this. About 46 minutes ago, Greg Rosenthal posted this. The prestigious title of off-season champions have been determined.
Oh.
After the Rams and Patriots landed in the top last year, the candidates are the Jets, the Titans, the Raiders, the Texans, the 49ers, and the Giants. And the winner is?
That's a lot.
The 49ers.
Would
you like to hear his reasoning?
I would. Does he give like a blurb for each as to why they're candidates, or he just picks one and then gives his explanation why?
Everyone else has they all have a different piece. Okay, actually, I was uninformed. Everyone picked a different winner. No one picked the Titans. But they were in the running.
No, nobody knows they exist.
No, they're in the running.
No.
It's four people on the panel, 6 candidates.
That's the most Titans thing you could have ever said. Nobody picked them. Yeah, I don't know they're there.
No, that's not true. Jordan Rodriguez went with the Giants. She went with the Texans. Greg went with the 49ers and the Texans.
That's like, did you see what the featured image for the Athletics L'Jarius Sneed article is?
No, what is it?
It's DMR. Because they both wear numbers that end in 8. Nobody's corrected it. It's still there. It's still there. Nobody knows that this team exists.
That's not real.
I swear to God, if you go to the Athletics NFL.
Oh my God, it's still up.
Titans. I'm saying it's been 2 days.
Zach Powell.
Nobody knows.
No, guys. Oh, that stinks.
It's so. That's the thing that I give them a hard time, and them being the fans about bitching and moaning and complaining about. Nobody pays attention to us. Nobody watches us. Nobody covers us nationally properly. But, you can't make that kind of thing up. It's been 2 days since that Sneed story broke. Surely somebody at The Athletic has been informed. No, David Martin Robinson is not the player who's just been cleared of all legal situations. Oh,
we got another post while we're stretching.
Nobody. I'm fine to talk about the offseason of the 49ers. We don't need to stretch.
I don't know if I agree with that.
You don't have anything else to say?
No, I don't know if I agree with the fact that the 49ers should be offseason champs.
Give me the candidates again.
It was I just took it down. Let me see if I can do it off memory. Texans, Giants, Raiders, 49ers, Titans, and another team in there that I forgot to mention.
Giants, Raiders, 49ers, Titans. Man. I really like the Texans offseason.
It wasn't bad. Their biggest issue going into the season was to fix their offensive line.
And pray to God their quarterback stops major malfunctioning.
And they were able to keep 2 of the members of their offensive line from last year, Ariante Ursary, who was their left tackle, and Ed Ingram, who was their right guard. In the offseason, they added Wyatt Teller at left guard. They drafted Keelan Rutledge, who is right now penciled in to be their center. And they signed Braden Smith from Indianapolis. Also brought in Evan Brown, who could slide to both guard spots, who was a cut candidate from the Cardinals. So
what was the Niners' big?
Mike Evans.
Well, yeah, but I haven't looked at their draft class. Did they draft Stribling? Who drafted Stribling?
They did. They drafted Stribling at the top of the second.
Okay, that's right. I haven't looked at the Niners draft.
So their full class, Stribling in the second round. They traded back out of the first round to snag that first pick of the second.
How the hell are the Jets a candidate? Their quarterback is Geno Smith.
I think it was the Giants. I don't think it was the Jets.
I think they were both in there. You read them both, right?
What? Hold on a second.
Yeah, they had.
They were. Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Well, okay, hold on. Let me pull up their offseason. What did they do? Drafted. They did have an incredible draft.
Yeah, because they had 7,000 picks from all the good players they had to sell off last year.
Oh man, looking at their free agency and who they've added to their defense, including the draft and free agency of their expected starters. Only 1, 2, 3, 4 of the players from last year's team are expected to start on defense for the Jets. Obviously, they added Devondre Sweat, added Demario Davis from New Orleans, Joseph Asai from Cincinnati, Nashawn Wright from Chicago, and Minka Fitzpatrick from Miami.
So,
yeah, even with the draft, I don't think I'd include them in that because at the end of the day, your quarterback is Geno Smith or Cade Klubnik.
Yeah, the Niners draft Deshaun Stribling, Romello Height, the edge player out of Texas Tech, Keelan Black, the running back from Indiana, Oklahoma defensive tackle.
Grayson Halton.
An offensive tackle from Washington, Carver Willis. Ephesians Prysock, the corner.
Great player. I mean, that's probably my favorite player from the draft that they got.
Got him.
I drunkenly pulled Teron's ear. I was like, why are people so butthurt about the 49ers draft?
At the live show?
Yes. When they
How
landed
many of my friends are you going to harass drunkenly about draft stuff?
They seek me out. They want to discuss it with me. They know I love ball. They want to talk to me.
It's not true. I've seen you when you think somebody wants to talk to you. That's very much a manufactured situation.
Hey, baby. I don't love the 49ers this year, man.
I don't either. I'm failing to understand what the big
I mean, I think they reached on Kalen Black. I thought the other running back out of Indiana was the better player. I don't know. I don't love this 49ers offseason. You know who else is a 49er right now? Titans legend Colton Dowell.
Oh, is he? Good for Colton.
He's on the 8 deep.
Good. Well, I mean,
he's back there.
He's surviving, at least for another camp. So good for Colton Dowell. Last call for phone calls if you got them. 615-737-1045, the number. I'm Buck Rising. It's 1045 The Zone. Could you eat a 72-ounce steak?
Huh?
Could you eat in one sitting a 72-ounce steak?
No time constraints? I just have to sit there and eat it?
Yes.
Dude,
I almost think a time constraint would help.
Dude, I'd have the meat sweat so bad. I mean, you think I'm sweating after a Celsius and a Zen. I would be sweating so badly. 72 is a lot,
the
dude.
Things you do to your body. A Zen and a energy drink.
That's what I eat till like 2:30. That's what I have. My body gets its stuff.
You're going to turn into Kirby. That is not a diet strategy.
No, it isn't. Look, I'm getting svelte, dude. I'm looking like satin over here, just smooth. Want to run your fingers through it.
No.
72 ounces is a big-ass steak. Who is doing this? Is this something in Nashville that we could try?
So I saw Taylor and Will have been doing these various bits where they offer to buy one of their poor, lowly producers a car if they do something outrageous. So...
and they just have to eat a 72-ounce steak?
No.
Sign me up. Taylor and Will. Buy me a whip, dude.
So do you remember Matt Malone? He used to work at A to Z.
Yeah.
Do some digital media stuff.
Uh-huh.
So Matt is now doing stuff with them. And I guess Matt's been having some car problems or something like that. And so I haven't seen all of the full details, the full scope of the wager, but they purchased a car for him in Arizona and said, if you fly to Arizona and drive this car across the country and do all these different checklist of things along the way, like he has to go to Walter White's house in New Mexico and take a picture dressed as Walter White.
Which is recently resold, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yes.
He's got to go to Lawan's favorite wing place in Arizona and make sure he gets the whatever Lawan orders at Zips. I've been to Zips. It's solid.
Stop by the Bunny Ranch in Reno, all that good stuff.
I think that might be a personal preference. But anyway, they're going to pay for the car if he drives it all the way back. And so one of these things that I saw Matt is having to do today is eat a 72-ounce steak. I don't know if there are time constraints.
There are. The Big Texan Steak Ranch in Amarillo, Texas, where participants must consume a 72-ounce, which is 4.5 pounds of top sirloin steak.
God, how much does a human head weigh? That's got to be...
Mine or Lucas's.
Lucas... We talk about Lucas' ass. Lucas got a big-ass head.
Big old noggin. Big noggin.
No wonder he's always hurting his ankles. He's top-heavy. He's wobbling. he's disproportionate. He's waddling around like a bobblehead.
Not only do they have to consume the steak, they have to consume sides in 1 hour. If completed, the meal is free. Otherwise... $72. The meal includes a baked potato, a salad, shrimp cocktail, and a roll.
Oof.
1 hour is
1 hour is a lot.
Is nuts. If it was me and Lucas, I think we could do it in an hour.
The two of you? Oh yeah.
If it was two of us 72 ounces, that's still 36 ounces.
I'm trying to think of what's the biggest steak I've ever eaten in my life in one sitting. And it certainly took me more than an hour. I mean, I would imagine it wouldn't even be half that. 72, it's 4 pounds, 4.5 pounds of meat. Somebody said just one roll. I think that one roll might put you over the top. I think that one roll might sit on your stomach like a rock.
There is a steak place where I'm from in Winston-Salem. If you're ever in Winston-Salem, for every time Dawn does a Wake Forest game, I text her and remind her, hey, if you need a spot to go tonight, you want to go to Fratelli's. It is a old-time steakhouse in downtown Winston, and they have a massive Angus steer in front of it. It's like a papier-mâché deal. But the steaks in there, they cook them, I believe it's Chicago style, in like a 1,200-degree grill. Perfect sear on the steaks. I had a 36-ounce, I think it was like a cowboy ribeye there. And even eating that, I was stuffed to the max, dude. The other cool thing they do there, they serve a house salad. It's like lettuce, apples with their house salad, but they serve it in a pewter bowl that they keep in the freezer.
Ooh.
So when you get your salad, they bring it out. Your salad is ice cold.
That sounds delightful.
I stole one of those pewter bowls, and it is incredibly hard to keep them clean. You almost need like a drill application you would stick on the end just to power clean.
Buffer it?
Yes, because they get so dirty. But if you have a salad in a pewter bowl, killer. God, I want some Fratellis now. I need to go back home.
Where are you going this weekend? What are you doing in Chattanooga this weekend?
My buddy is having a wrestling match there. MLW is going to be in town in Chattanooga. If you're around, I think they're doing meet and greets before. It should be a big time. They're having a match there. When he gets done, we'll go out, peruse the town, and then I think he goes back to, it's my same buddy that just had a kid. Then he goes back to Orlando to be with his baby mama.
We're big in chat. Is your buddy prepared for you to outshine him as a public figure?
I would love nothing more than someone to come up to me in public and notice me instead of him. Because anytime we're together, it's always him getting noticed. He wrestled in WWE. He's a big pro wrestler, big in that community. He gets noticed if I visit him in Orlando, dead giveaway. This dude will get noticed 5 or 6 times a day. So I'm hoping and praying that this weekend someone in Chattanooga is like, "Are you Bert?" And I can just live in that moment. Where just for that iota.
What's our guy in Chattanooga who doesn't call anymore because we made fun of him? Hey, Buck.
Zach. Zach. We miss you, Zach. We miss you. Call us back, man.
Why don't you call us anymore?
Why don't you? I felt like we had something.
Is he back there? Do you have him back there?
No, I don't have Carrot Top today.
No. I meant
not that Zach.
No.
The hamburger.
Yeah.
Let me.
You don't have it back there?
Hold
you
on.
replace it with that awful automated version of me?
What do you mean awful automated version? Do you mean this new super version?
Tighten the hell up. Tighten the hell up.
Tighten the hell up. Someone had to find Ann, actually. Superfan Ann found a moment from a primetime like a year ago where you said the hell. And I was able to make that. I'm kind of partial to
Sounds like I've got a hiccup in the middle of that.
like
it literally makes me sick to utter that phrase.
I'm kind of partial to the
tighten the hell up. Oh, God.
Love that. I love that.
Don't we have polls? I did polls today.
You did do polls today.
Sure
Everybody in the chat, clap for Buck.
Woo! Polls. Let's go.
I'm Bert. The polls.
You can't treat him like he's got Alzheimer's. Who are you? Who am I?
Bert. Dang it. Did not time that correctly. The polls brought to you by Two Rivers Ford, the South's most trusted Ford dealer, or as I say, the most trusted dealer in the South.
No, that's Black Jesus.
Yeah. Who is
Miss you, buddy. Hope you're out there. Hope you're well.
Hope you're doing something.
Yeah.
Who is more to blame for Cam Ward's league-high sack/pressure rates? Is it Cam or is it the offensive line? 81% of the audience say it's the offensive line.
No, it needs to be more of an even split. I'd say 60-40.
Not their baby Cam. It couldn't be his fault. Do you want to keep or end conference championships in college football? A pretty even split here. 51.1% are for keep. 48.9% are for end.
Yeah, we're talking about that because the Coaches Association recommended that they do away with conference championship games with the intent of maximizing the playoff field without stating 16 teams, 24 teams. They're just calling for the playoff field to be maximized by the NCAA committee, whatever that means, but that in so doing would do away with conference championship games. I'm okay with it. I'm sure there are some people who have great sentimental attachment to the Big Ten championship game or the SEC championship game. It's a great event in Atlanta or Indianapolis every year, but I don't know if we're still getting more playoff. I'm okay with a 24-team playoff in college football. I'm really not going to hem and haw about it. It's just more football of even if the consequences are manufactured, they still have consequences.
What's the dumbest thing in sports this week? Ken Spring says, not saying tighten up to a young boy. For real? That's the hill you're going to die on?
Yes.
Which you quote tweeted it with a Michael Jordan meme and said, bleep them kids.
Yes, I mean that. Somebody responded to that video and said, I can tell. I don't even have to tell you that this person hates kids. Yeah, you're right. I don't like them.
Rayco Vane tweeted us the picture of David Martin Robinson instead of L'Jarius Sneed for the article on Sneed's case.
Nobody anywhere outside of Nashville knows that the Tennessee Titans are a team. I'm convinced.
Dewey Cheatham and Howe throwing in the great white backflip, the horse from the Kentucky Derby that was scratched before the final race started.
That was crazy. That jockey could have died.
We didn't tweet the L'Jarius Sneed poll, but we said who gets signed first, L'Jarius Sneed or Stafon Diggs. I'd probably go with Diggs. I think he's the better player, even though he may have some things that would continue to affect his on-the-field performance.
He's incredibly chaotic, and if you can deal with that at 32 years old, he can be yours. Those are the polls?
Those are the polls.
Very good. That's the show. We appreciate you guys hanging out. Prime time tonight, a little before 7 p.m. That's the plan.
Ramon Foster, and I'm with Aaron from United Structure Systems. Man, they came by today to check out my house. If there's anything, any issues, small or big, you're gonna fill us in there.
We can take care of it no matter what kind of problems. So first off, we'll just kind of take a look through your house and see what kind of issues you got going. You know, cracks in the brick, cracks in the drywall, weird spots in the floor, doors sticking, windows not opening properly. Once we identify those areas, we're going to do a thorough inspection around the outside, make sure there's no issues going on with that. And then once we look over it, we'll talk about what's going on, and hopefully we ain't got no issues, and then we'll go from there.
Let's go. Let's go.
Mr. Foster, so we have looked at the issues that you brought up. We had the drywall in the attic up here above your bonus or your garage. You had some doors sticking.
I did.
Going in your bathroom. So we've inspected all that. We don't see any major structural concerns. So you're going to be one of our lucky good news customers today. There is some minor deflection there. That's not an uncommon thing. As any house is built, it's its biggest and its strongest the day that it's born. Right? And from that point, it just gets older, just like us. We ain't hopping up out of bed, taking off down the hallway, running upstairs. And
not protecting quarterbacks anymore.
No.
Opening up late. We're done.
Your guard ain't there no more.
Okay,
so.
I got you.
So it just happens. It gets a little older and it starts to deflect. Now, there are some things we can do to kind of help adjust those doors, mainly adjusting in the door, which we don't necessarily do, and maybe doing some light shimming in the crawl space down there to address those sticking doors. But for now, no major issues there. We did talk about the grading in the back and some issues that we can take care of back there for you. But that's pretty much up in a nutshell. No big issues and you're good to go. So.
Awesome. So again, what you deal with United Structural Systems is it's upfront, it's honest, and now I can sleep peacefully at night, okay?
Good afternoon, live from the Circus Sports at the Mid-Kentucky Downs studio. I'm Ross Johnston. In NBA playoff action, the Pistons took a 1-0 lead in their series versus Cleveland last night, led by Cade Cunningham's 23 points. The Thunder also took a 1-0 lead over the Lakers, led by 24 points from Chet Holmgren. Tonight, the Knicks host the 76ers, who will be without Joel Embiid as he is dealing with ankle and hip injuries. The Knicks lead that series 1-0. After that, the Spurs will host the Timberwolves for Game 2. Minnesota leads that series 1-0. In NFL news, Kalen Kaler and Kevin Seifert report that the NFL and the NFL Referees Association are close to a new deal with a ratification vote set for Thursday night. If the vote gets approved, it would prevent the use of replacement referees this upcoming season. Lastly, yesterday, Stafon Diggs was found not guilty of assault and strangulation of his private chef. Diggs is currently a free agent after his one-year stint with the Patriots last season, where he put up over 1,000 yards and had 5 touchdowns. For all your foundation repair and your waterproofing needs, visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone, powered by All Four Seasons Garage Doors. 615-737-1045 is the number. Got a lot to get to today, as it was, I guess this came across yesterday. Is that correct? Yeah, 20 hours ago, Ross Dellinger puts out a full statement from the American Football Coaches Association. I'll be honest.
Hi, welcome to the Blaine and Zach show.
Oh, yeah. Did I not say the name of the show?
I felt like I missed it or something.
Hey, listen, good chance I could have skipped right over it.
A lot going on, man.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. This is the first time I've ever heard of the American Football Coaches Association, by the way.
AFCA.
I mean, I assumed they always had an organization, but it's the first time I've ever heard them put out a public statement or anything and all that kind of stuff.
That may be true.
And they've identified the length of the college football season as a critical issue that needs to be addressed. And this is passed along to us, on Twitter from Ross Dellinger. And he says, and this says, as we modernize our game to better serve student athletes, we have fallen short in structuring a season that concludes in a timely and sustainable way, which I'm sure these decisions were made with altruistic intentions with the players in mind. This is for players' safety. It's absolutely player safety.
Just like the NFL.
Yeah. the NFL cares for their players.
Yeah, we don't want to increase their games from 16 to 17 to 20.
Yeah.
We'll play some games on Mars, too, if we can. We're doing this whole international thing.
Yeah.
I think Elon will facilitate that.
The AFCA recommends that the season be completed by the second Monday in January. Oh. So less time off, by the way, when we're talking about bye weeks and stuff like that. And that this date serves as an organizing principle in shaping the future of college football. They have a really good PR team. Whoever wrote this is really good. To achieve this, we propose the following changes. Eliminate conference championship games. Boo on that. Reduce scheduled bye weeks from 2 to 1. So now we're getting to the point where there's only one bye week throughout the year. Preserve a dedicated window for the Army-Navy game while allowing flexibility for other games to be played on that day outside the window. And reduce the minimum number of days between contests to no fewer than 6. In addition, future playoff models should maximize the number of participants while honoring the proposed completion date. So basically, 24 teams in the college football playoffs is what they are pushing for. Or requesting, I guess you could say. Structuring the season in this way will better support student athletes, sure, but more closely matching the academic calendar and aligning with the single transfer portal window. It also elevates the quality of play during the most meaningful stretch of the season by removing unnecessary breaks and preserving competitive rhythm. I mean, this is a lot of BS.
They can put that in AI.
That sounds like, I was going to say, it sounds like one of the college papers I wrote.
Somebody well spoken there.
Too well spoken.
Oh, man.
I mean, that is some high level grade A salesmanship bullcrap. I mean, we all know what ultimately this is. They want 24 teams in the playoffs is what coaches want. And it has nothing to do with integrity of the game, has nothing to do with academic calendar years, nothing about competitive rhythm or anything like that. It's about trying to preserve their own jobs. And I find it, first off, laughable that a 24 team playoff. I know it's probably coming. I know
think a lot of coaches are pushing for that, right?
I mean, that's what this is saying.
They get a bonus because their team gets the playoff.
Right. Well, they don't get paid enough already, so they need that.
Get that bonus,
they need that bonus.
They lose a little bit of cheddar, with this NIL.
Heck, Lane Kiffin was even coaching Ole Miss, and he was getting bonuses.
Oh man, I could not believe it. I was like, golly, man, I chose the wrong profession. Everybody, do not try to be a broadcaster. Do not try to be a pro athlete. Try to be a coach.
Don't even be a pro head coach.
Just quit right now so you can start making millions in 5 years.
Hey, I'm going to be bad so I get fired. Get that buyout, the 50 mil.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to be bad on
don't be a pro head coach.
They made me mad.
Be a college
The president
head coach.
tried to tell me how to coach. So now I'm about to show him. He had to pay me while I sit on my couch.
Yeah.
Oh, man. What a life right there, man. Now, it's not that easy to become a head coach now.
No. I don't know. I mean,
head coach of a major program.
And of a major program for sure. I mean, somehow Brian Kelly was able to do it 2 different places.
No. Hey, man, he's got a lot of critics out there, and I'm probably one of them. I would just say he's right under the elite guys. I think he thought he was elite, and they paid him like he was elite.
I mean, do we really need to see 8-4 Iowa in the college football playoff?
Yeah, because I just looked at the top 25 basically, and I was like, whoa. There's a lot. Ball State might have creeped in there. Just kidding. Now, North Texas would have made it in there. Hey, one thing good. Vandy would have been in, and Notre Dame would have been in. So
I mean, they should have been in anyway, but to your point.
I'm going to try to be, maybe. Should we be somewhere in the middle?
With what?
No, the number of teams. If you are buying into increasing, but how much?
I'd be fine with 16. Would y'all? If that was the max.
I mean, it's eventually just going to keep growing and growing, and then we're going to have 76 college football. All the bowl games we become
trying to jump
college
to
football
24.
playoff.
That's really what to do. There's a couple things here I definitely am okay with. Now, the Army-Navy game is a special game, and we all know what that's all about. So I would contend that maybe you can't have a game on when they're on.
Yeah.
At least for a 2-hour window.
Okay.
So to make sure that they going to one bye week is going to be interesting because they just kind of started this 2 bye week deal. So can't you just move the season up a week to me? To continue to have at least 2 bye weeks and not having a championship. And here's where the rubber meets the road for me and probably all these conferences, especially SEC and the Big Ten, is, okay, if we don't have a championship game, how are we going to make up all that money we missing out? We all know this always comes back around to the money. So if they can make double whatever they're going to make with a championship game and the champion is the best record in the division at the time, I'm not opposed to it. I think a lot of people, traditionalists, going to want to see that game. But we've seen, at least in the SEC, because that's the teams we watch, that the loser, that it kind of hurts them. And I think Kirby Smart kind of hit it on that a couple years back.
Yeah.
And they always kind of drop. And one time I dropped them out. So maybe not their team, but another team. So it's just kind of interesting to see where it's going to go. But I think it's going in that direction. And now it's all about the money. It's going to be hard to stop it. Now, I don't like 24 teams. And then we're talking about who has get to play at home throughout this whole process, having bye weeks and all that. So, if you got any more I think it's going there. I just think there's no stopping it. Even if you don't want it, it's no stopping it. I kind of like it where we're at right now, to be honest.
Well, didn't I swear I heard someone the other day say that SEC coaches or Greg Sankey, I don't know if maybe it's both or one group or the other.
Greg Sankey wasn't invited to this conversation.
Well, and I was going to say that it felt like in this scenarios, someone in the SEC, either the group of the coaches, because this is from a board of trustees of the American Football Coaches Association, or Greg Sankey, could be both, don't want college football playoff expansion to go beyond maybe what they've already agreed upon. And I found that to be pretty interesting, and I can't remember where I heard that. If someone can refresh my memory that may be listening where I heard that from, that'd be great.
But you're saying Sankey doesn't want to go beyond.
I can't remember if it's Sankey
as of today.
or the SEC football coaches or a mixture of both. I just couldn't remember. I know that someone recently said on the radio somewhere.
He wanted expansion.
Yeah.
I saw him somebody asked him after a game.
This right here, he said that this is from Yahoo Sports, the most discussed 24-team college football playoff model includes an at-large bracket determined by college football playoff rankings, an automatic berth for the group of 6 leagues, and first-round campus games for seeds 9 through 24. This is according to college football. This is according to Yahoo Sports.
9 to 24.
9. So the 9th ranked team all the way through 24th ranked team, the higher seeds get the home field campus games.
What 24 seed is going on the road to the 9 seed's house and beating them? I want someone to tell me when that's going to happen. It might be 2055 when that happens for the first
now
time.
They're saying that the 24 seed may get a home game, so you would have to, let's say, Ohio State got to go to North Texas. Yay!
Which that's ridiculous as well.
That's what I'm saying right there.
But it is Greg Sankey. So Sankey is very not in favor of a 24 team, but he wants a 16-team playoff.
Yeah,
so he's fine with that.
That's why I said somewhere in the middle, man. I know they want to jump because eventually it's probably going to get there, but man, just think of the top 25. So you're talking about everybody's in the top 25 going to make the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, come to think of it, now that I think about it, how do we know Indiana's college football championship is even legit if they don't get to play 21st ranked Georgia Tech in the tournament?
Oh, I knew he was going to say something serious and he did that. You had me all in.
I'm just saying,
hey, Georgia Tech, better watch out, man.
Hey, college football fans, they want that in the hunt graphic to show Nebraska, 5-4 Nebraska as long as possible up on the screen.
No.
That's what we're looking for. This is what you're diluting. And Brycer in the chat says, I'll take this over pointless bowl games. Guys, these are just pointless bowl games masqueraded as college football playoffs games. You're just you're ripping off the label of Kroger ketchup and trying to put Heinz ketchup on it. It's still, no offense to Kroger
marketing.
ketchup, but it's still those same meaningless bowl games that you're talking about.
And hey, I'm a group of 6 guy. I do not like how automatic bid. I'm just not with that.
Yeah.
Not unless you go undefeated in your conference and you beat at least one Power 4 team within that. Everybody doesn't get a trophy.
Do we think that
everybody doesn't get a chance to go to the playoffs? Sorry, you all in, aren't you, Ross?
No, not me. No, not me. Do y'all think we could get to the point where dudes start sitting out? For example, the 2014 playoff is coming up. You're 8-2. You're kind of locked in. Last week of the year, coach says, we don't need you to play this week.
Oh, you're talking about the regular season.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if there's no championship
because it doesn't matter.
And you're losing, in this proposal, you're losing a bye week as well.
I hadn't thought that far. You think the guys are going to be saying that, or you think the coach is going to be telling?
They might, which I think is stupid, too. It's not like the NFL. This is college sports. We don't need people sitting out. But I think that's what they tell them. It's like, this game doesn't matter. The playoffs matter.
You know what? You just said something that just lit a bulb in me. You said this is not NFL. Yes, it is.
It is now.
They're getting paid now. It is. We have to get. Yeah. It's going down this road, and that's what the NFL does. Last regular season game, we're going to the playoff. We're going to sit some guys. Or you only play a quarter. You're only going to pay a half. Whatever. Yeah. See, that is because now they are getting paid. Man, this is where we're at.
This is coming off the heels of what we talked about, the college basketball tournament. What's to say that it stops at 24? I mean, because to be honest, if the ratings keep staying the same, what's to stop it at 24? Just like what's stopping the NFL from going from 17-18? Nothing. From 18 to 20? Nothing. As long as the players are available, the money is there, and TV companies, broadcast companies, are willing to pay for the rights of these games. And we're just now broaching into the college world of streaming, right? I mean, Duke. We just talked about Duke and those basketball games. Now, there's also some legal stuff going on with that too right now. But what's to say? Okay, this happens. How many of these college football playoff games will we see on the streamers? Because that's how you could supplement, the broadcast rights with these other networks. Say, well, hey, if you're not going to pay this, we're going to take this to Amazon. Mm-hmm. So what's to stop it from going to 24? There's really nothing. And this is why my initial apprehension about any kind of college football playoff expansion, because not only are the teams that are getting in at the bottom of these brackets not very good, and it kind of shows year after year after year, it's just, when does it stop?
Yeah. And it's unfortunate because this is not like basketball. And you can say, oh, that's opposite, because it's totally different. Yeah. Totally different.
Yeah, there's
the dominant teams. They're going to beat on a little bit.
What's the last Cinderella story?
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about in football.
That's what I'm saying. There's no Cinderella story in football. It's used for basketball.
Yeah. Ball State playing, Tennessee. That just is not going to happen. I mean, they're not going to be able to win.
Like, it would be fun to see Memphis in the college football playoffs, but let's be honest, I know they're going to get boat raced by whoever they play eventually.
They're playing at Alabama, round one.
Oh, man, we get to play Alabama. Ooh, man, how big is that check? We're going to get our butts beat. That's what the administration is saying. And the presidents and AD, hey, man, they're giving us a $3 million check. We come up $3 million more. We already had our whole season covered. Our numbers are going to look good for the audit.
We'll talk more about this when we come back, but I want to hear from you guys. I mean, what are your thoughts on this proposal, or I guess the support of the AFCA's Board of Trustees and expanding the college football playoffs to 24 teams? 615-737-1045 is the number. This is Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 1045 The Zone.
If you've been looking for a way to boost your energy, support your metabolism, or simply feel your best, Edge Peptide Therapy in Franklin offers a personalized, medically guided approach to wellness. Since 2018, Edge Peptide has specialized in advanced peptide therapy designed to support overall health from the inside out. And the peptides are naturally occurring in building blocks of proteins in your body already, playing a key role in the functions like hormone balance, immune support, recovery, and healthy aging. And as we age, naturally peptide production can decline, and targeted therapy may help support optimal functioning. Yes, and you want your body functioning well as your mind. And however, quality matters. Many lower-cost research peptides found online are not intended for human use, may lack proper sterile offices, as well as often do not undergo rigorous testing, creating potential risk. And at Edge Peptide Therapy, all peptides are sourced through trusted U.S.-based compounding pharmacies that follow strict standards, including FDA oversight and third-party testing for purity, potency, and safety. So if you're ready to explore more comprehensive medically supervised approach to peptide therapy, visit edgepeptide.com. That's edgepeptide.com.
Cover 2. Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone, powered by all Four Seasons Garage Doors. 615-737-1045 is the number. We're talking about the potential for a college football playoff expansion because the Board of Trustees for the American Football Coaches Association has come out in support of a 24-game expansion. On top of that, eliminate one of the 2 bye weeks throughout the season. Make sure that this ends by the second Monday in January. Also eliminate championship games as well.
Yeah,
so
Army-Navy game.
And the Army-Navy game, games could be played on the day of the Army-Navy game, but not within that window time frame.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know if they
well, that's what they said. They said that they won't be on at the same time as Army and Navy. They can either be on earlier or after.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's good.
There's someone in the chat, Roger Harwell says, there's a 72-ounce steak challenge at Campbell Station Restaurant in Colioca, Tennessee, and I would like to know how long I would have to eat a 72-ounce steak. Because I think I could do it. I could do a 72. I think I could. Listen, they have
no way I could do that.
There's a place in Blue City. There's Blue City Cafe in Memphis, my favorite place to go. If I have time, I have to go. Blue City Cafe on Bill Street. And they do broiled steaks, like they pass through a metal conveyor. They've been there for forever. They were featured in the movie The Firm with Tom Cruise back in the day. And they have about a 55 or 72 ounce steak that I eat by myself.
I've never ever. You could put that out there. How many people's eating 72 pounds? I haven't. Have you?
No, I would be out cold after.
But see, I don't do the salads or anything, so you know.
Oh, no sides.
No sides. I just go straight steak.
You don't go into a food coma or anything?
Nope.
I had a 42 ounce.
I went out drinking
from a chain, but there's no way I could get to that level of 72 ounces. I don't know if I could eat that. That much food.
You need to expand your steak eating, is what it sounds like.
So you've eaten a 72?
At least 55 ounces of pure meat.
And how long did it take you?
I don't know. It wasn't really timing myself. I was just having a good old time and everything. I'll see if I can find the picture of it.
But if you were guessing,
probably 15, 20 minutes.
Do you hear this dude? See Ross's face. I thought you were going to say I'll probably 45 an hour.
Listen, it's funny. With how fast I do eat in general.
Okay.
You would think that I would have had siblings or have spent most of my life in prison or something. Like someone's going to take this food away from me.
Right. This is how you are. Right?
No, okay. I just eat really fast naturally.
Oh, okay.
So my dad has eaten. We're getting off on the subject, but my dad has eaten, and I'll probably get the number wrong, but it's something like 78 hot wings, maybe in the 80s, low 80s, hot wings in 10 minutes, and came in third place in a hot wing eating competition.
Oh. Okay, so that's where you inherited.
That's likely so. Likely so.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that sounds.
You have sides too.
That sounds like
not for typically when I go for a big steak like that. I'm not a big sides guy anyway.
Okay,
but they do have a really good salad at that place. I mean, it's just a very simple salad, but they're marinated dressing. Blue City Cafe, good ribs as well. So that's my favorite restaurant.
Okay.
That would be a last meal place for me.
Yeah, people call in and tell us how long it'll take you to eat a 72-ounce steak if you've ever eaten one.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's an issue in itself. 72?
I mean,
maybe
I
55. I do 55 since you said 55, but oh man, I don't think I could do it in one sit down.
How many animals are harmed in that process?
That's just one big fat cow.
Man.
You know. Because you know how it's done, you get several of the same cut of meat off one big long piece of meat. So it's just how you cut it, how thick you cut it.
Well, they gonna slice it up for you? Was it sliced?
They did actually do at that place. So I don't have to go through and cut it. Yeah. I mean, I can cut. You cut one. The way they do it, they cut it off the bone. Then you just do cut it down in half. Yeah.
Steak, yeah. Oh, okay. I still couldn't get it.
It's so good, and you don't even really feel like you ate 55 to how many ounces it may be at Blue City Cafe.
What are you drinking with this?
That is actually just water at the time. I go out to Bill Street after that, though.
Oh, okay. Because the beer would make you full.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay.
So I just usually drink water at that point in time, but then I'll go straight into beer. My stomach usually hates me when I visit Memphis.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I put it through hell on a weekly basis. It feels like. Here, I'm going to tell you how big their steaks are, real quick.
Blue City Cafe.
Blue City Cafe. They have choices of steaks of a 24-ounce ribeye, not on the bone, a 2-pounder T-bone, and a 3-pounder porterhouse. So that would be. Oh, I got this new phone. I'm just not really digging. So there's a 32-ounce T-bone, and then I usually go for the porterhouse, and that is 48. So not 55 ounces. I thought it was 55. 48. So 48 ounces. That's still a lot, and I eat the whole thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I went to Paris just the other night. Is it last night? Yesterday. Yeah.
Excellent steak.
Oh man, watch this. I got an 8-ounce.
Need about 9 more of those.
Right. I'm like, oh, man, I don't know, but I had all these appetizers and all this other
Okay, so
stuff.
how much do you all think a 3-pound steak would cost here in Nashville?
A 3-pound?
Yeah, 48 ounces in Nashville. If you were to go to a nice steakhouse.
Oh, man, up there. 40. Oh, man. You make 300?
Oh, my gosh.
No, in a high-end place.
I mean, this is $88.
Oh, no, because the 8-ounce I had was $99.
I know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It gets expensive, like these steaks out here. Best value.
What steakhouses?
Yeah, but this is the best value right here.
Oh, yeah. Getting the best quality meat.
They said so
is
good.
Is it Wagyu?
No, it's not Wagyu.
Oh, well, see, I was eating Wagyu.
And they said it's so good, it'll make a bulldog bust his chain.
Oh, my. Ross, you not a big eater?
No, I'll eat, but I ain't eating all that. Like, that's crazy.
He's already filled up on Peeps by the time he gets to the steakhouse.
So this is on the Lucas level.
Oh yeah, Lucas would do that for sure.
I bet Bert could do it too.
Oh, and Bert, yeah. You Bert, and Lucas should have an eat off.
We should.
Lucas can eat, man.
He can. I mean, I've never seen anybody. He's nonstop snacking. He's a grazer. He grazes all day long. Yeah, he grazes all day like a cow.
That's when you know you're a professional eater when you say stuff like that. He's a grazer.
He's always mooching off
That's
people.
when we talk about the animals.
Yeah.
Eating all day.
Okay, to get back to talking about the college football playoffs
eating is
real
much
quick.
Funner. That's how you know it's Wednesday.
You're making me hungry, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I had some steak last night. I'll probably have a steak again today when I get home.
Man.
What does this, if they were to do a 24-team college football playoffs, how do you guys view that would change and adjust expectations? Because you think about this from a University of Tennessee perspective, since most of our fans are Tennessee fans. If Josh Heupel makes the playoffs and just makes it out of round one a few years, are you happy with that? Or do the expectations shift and change and you're like, well, that's not good enough?
Well, that's why I don't like it going to this many, because it doesn't make it exclusive. Like now it's like, well, everybody ranked in the top 25 is pretty much going to make it.
Yeah. So that means that obviously
University. So the first couple of rounds, it's not gonna. Yeah, this is gonna be a bleep.
Does that change? Like fans,
but
we made the playoffs.
The coaches get a bonus. Though.
Yeah, the coaches get a bonus, but they also get to say, well, we're a playoff team.
Yeah.
Only one. Then it'll be only one team can win the championship games, and we're at least in a position to get that every year.
What do you think?
I think it does, because I remember we were talking about it with just the 12 team, to where now it's like, if you miss the playoffs in the 4 team, there might only be one SEC team making it. So you could be the second or third best team in the SEC and you miss the playoffs. Ain't no shame in that. Now there could be 3 or 4 SEC teams making it. So if you're not in that playoff, you might be the 5th or 6th best team in the SEC. Expand that to 24. You might make it in as like the 7th best team in the SEC. Like, I think the expectations shift dramatically.
How many more SEC teams outside of Vanderbilt? Who else would have made it based off the top 25 at the end of the season?
So that would have been obviously Texas A&M, Alabama made it in. Mm-hmm. So then
Ole Miss and Georgia, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma made it in because Texas didn't make it in, right?
No.
Yeah, so Texas would have made it in.
Texas and that's 17.
Texas and Vandy would have made it in.
That's 17?
2 more
7
teams.
teams.
How many teams are there? Like 16? 15? Man, that's half the conference.
And then you got to think Big Ten's carrying the other load of that, right? I mean, because Michigan would have made it in. Hey, USC's now Big Ten, right?
Yeah.
So USC would have made it in.
Oregon.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think it's kind of crazy. I think this whole thing is just crazy.
I don't like it. I'll meet them at 16 or so, whatever they went.
Because I get it. Michigan was 9-4 last year, but they're not as good as what their record said was.
Especially compared to the year before. They were not, they weren't an elite.
So even if you got, I'm just throwing 2 teams out here, Michigan versus BYU. I mean, BYU is probably going to win that game.
BYU made the playoffs, did they?
Yeah.
No, they
were out. Yeah, they got screwed out of it too.
Conference
championship.
Oh, that's right. Texas Tech or somebody, whoever beat them.
Yep.
So, like, I mean, is that really the matchup you are desperate to see is Michigan and BYU? Like, and then your coach, right? If you are a constantly coach that gets 8-4 or 9-4 and you still make the playoffs, but you continue to lose in the playoffs, like, and you're getting paid all that money, it just feels like the expectations for the coach is kind of lower.
It would change, yeah, no doubt. You could be a playoff coach and lose in the first round 2 years in a row, and they still fire you. Yeah. The expectations would change.
But you may be getting paid more, right? Like, because the television deals go up, so you may be getting paid more. Now these teams, these schools are on the hook for the buyout. I mean, great for the coaches, and probably obviously why they want it. But I don't know. Do we really need to see North Texas and Navy and Tulane? Remember, Tulane was a team that was, last year, like James Madison, TCU, these teams that were like bottom of the barrel, Houston in the college football playoffs. At some point, you have to earn being in the college football playoffs, and I don't feel like
everybody gets a trophy.
I mean, that's what it feels like
now. I told you, I just say this. Oh man, everything's about the money now, man. Nothing's going to stop it if it's going to make a whole bunch more money. Right. I mean, I'm just saying right now, regardless.
It's going to have to be incumbent on the commissioners of these leagues, and I just don't know where they all stand in this, because probably like Pac-12 or whatever, the Pac-2 or whatever it is now, and these like smaller conferences are probably all for this, right?
Yeah.
But is the SEC and Big Ten? Because, I mean, they were wanting to get away from all of these other schools at one point, right? It's kind of start their own power conference and all that kind of stuff.
I want to see that.
So, I don't know. And then, like, you got Illinois was just on the outside of the top 25 last year. Washington, SMU, Duke, Arizona, Georgia Tech. Like, none of those teams really do it for me either.
Man, we would have got to see Hank Beatty. Isn't that the receiver?
Yeah.
Isn't that his name, the receiver we picked up?
You know he has the second most guaranteed money out of all the UDFAs so far?
You need to check and see who his agent is. He did a good job.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes that matters when you're talking about making the final 53, that guaranteed money, but he has the second most amount out of all those guys.
Did he? What was his amount?
It was 215 or 250, 250K, because I think Bishop Fitzgerald still is the number one.
He's number one?
Yeah. Now, Tyron Montgomery and Emil Wagner's contracts have not came in yet as far as their details. So we don't know what their guaranteed money is.
And that offensive lineman from Louisville?
Nope. Lower than both those guys. So it's Bishop Fitzgerald right now and Hank Beatty. Everybody else's contract details came in except for Emil Wagner and Tyron Montgomery.
Did Hank Beatty go to the combine?
I don't think so. I didn't have Hank Beatty in any of my data. I had to add him. So and that's no slight to him. It's just that he didn't come across any of that stuff. Yeah.
Did he go to any bowl All-Star games?
I'd have to check. I could check that pretty quick too.
Because I watched some film on him.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. I thought he may be the Restrepo of this year.
I mean,
he returned kicks and punts, scored touchdowns. He's kind of more of a slot guy. He's got some quickness to him, short area quickness. I don't know how vertically. That's why I was asking about his numbers as far as like his vertical speed, but he never got caught. Solid wide receiver, nothing to, jump up for joy. But his special teams prowess was pretty impressive as a punt return keeper. So if you got a guy on the roster who can also help and do that, which Restrepo can't do, by the way, he's not a returner, at least not in the NFL. This guy's doing it on a daily basis, where Restrepo, I think, did it like a handful of times there in Miami. So you just never know how he's going to look out there.
It's looking like here that Hank Beatty got invited to the Hula Bowl, but I don't. And then he did get measured there, but that would be the only bowl game that I could see.
What was his size? Because he looked like he barely touched 5'10".
He's under 5'10". He's 5'9" and 7/8 of an inch. So, I mean, he's barely there.
Yeah.
And then weighs 178 pounds, 29.1 inch arms, and then 70.75 inch wingspan.
And he got the highest?
He got the second highest guaranteed money to Bishop Fitzgerald. We have not, and like I said,
he's the highest offensive guy.
Yeah, two players we're still waiting on are Emil Wagner and Tyron Montgomery.
I don't know if that one there is just, I don't know. He's a good little player. I don't know about that.
Lowest drop rate on balls thrown his way over the past 2 seasons combined.
Right, I said starting quickness. He's a kind of a poor man's Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yeah,
I would give him that. Yeah, no doubt.
But to your point, when you're talking about filling out a practice squad, and you're talking about players that may not make the final 53, and you're talking about looking at Hank Beatty, who's gotten this guaranteed money. And then you're looking at and has all the special teams value potential special teams value that he brings, and Xavier Restrepo and the lack of special teams value that he brings. Only so much that being Cam Ward's friend can get you there at a certain point. I would be, again, going back to Jackson Slater and his competition that he has. We talked about Bryce Oliver as well. Julius Chestnut, like these guys that have been brought in to come compete with you. I mean, Xavier Restrepo's got a battle on his hands with Hank Beatty because of the money, because of following the money. Yeah.
And now, what I'm understanding is Restrepo is already heads and heels over everybody that was at that practice.
I'm sure he
obviously
was,
because he's been in the league a year.
Yeah.
So these guys are going to continue. You got to, gauge yourself a little bit here on critiquing players, because they're going to keep getting better every time we see them. Every time we see them, they're going to get better. This is the lowest you'll see them, and then you want to see how much they progress. So it'll be interesting. I'm not saying Hank Beatty's going to make the team or anything like that, but we want to see where he looks like going into training camp, and then once training camp starts, see how he stacks up. Because he could be a really good college player and then just be, not so good in the pros. So I don't know.
And there's no guaranteed money on Xavier Restrepo's deal according to Spotrac right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you hearing people say they look really good there?
No, I don't. I
didn't hear that.
I didn't hear anything about. They all nobody can see at practice. Apparently, that's all. What they all rather talk about than what they actually saw is that none of the media members could see from their area. So,
I thought I heard Jim Wyatt say that on 3HL.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Was that yesterday's? I need to go back and listen to it.
I think that's what I heard him. I was driving. I was getting out.
And he was talking about Restrepo?
Well, I think he just said, naturally he's ahead of the rest of the guys because he's been in the league a while. So that's
he's got to maintain it.
He looked good.
Yeah.
He said that.
Got to maintain it. Because, there's a lot of competition in that room right now for Xavier Restrepo to fight off. And listen, I'm not saying that he can and can't do it. I'm just saying someone's got guaranteed money, the other person doesn't, but Xavier Restrepo is going to have to find a path.
He better show out because this is just like he's a rookie again because there's a whole new coaching staff.
Yeah, and you don't want to get lost in the shuffle, right? Because that's the other thing. You got to stand out. And I felt like last year he didn't really stand out that much, no matter who. And I get it.
He leaned out too, is what I'm hearing too.
Yeah, I did see that.
And I said he needed to do that.
Yeah,
because you got to be more lighter and quicker at this level for him to be an effective player.
Yeah.
He should model his game and watch Rondell Robinson. I'm not to say he can be him, but that is the style player he will be if he makes it in this league.
Yeah.
That's the only way. He got one way. He ain't got other ways because of his size and height and speed and all these different things. So you got to find your niche and then perfect it and become the best at it. So he gets to look at a guy that he could say, this is where my game will be in the National Football League. He can look dead at him.
That's a good point. Well, let's talk more about the Tennessee Titans when we come back. This is Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone.
Daily basis. It was once said, do all the good you can, by all the means you can, in all the ways you can, in all the places you can, at all times you can, to all the people you can, as long as you ever can. And that's what founder Aaron Stokes did for over a quarter century. Hi, folks, it's Blaine Bishop for Eurofix. And Eurofix repairs European vehicles at below dealer pricing. But what sets Eurofix apart isn't just price. It's the deep commitment to quality that keeps you off the tow truck. And Eurofix has clean, welcoming shops where you can actually sit down and do some work with your laptop in their building. Plus, you get a free 15-minute no-wrench inspection to share with you what's going on with your vehicle. And at Eurofix, you get a 3-year, 36,000-mile nationwide warranty on all repair work performed. And rental cars are available with every appointment. 5 locations: Nashville, Franklin, Murfreesboro, Belmead, and Mount Juliet, and more to come. And all you have to do is just give them a call at 844-EUROFIX. That's right, 844-EUROFIX, or you can visit them online at myeurofix.com. That's myeurofix.com.
This is a different court, Blair. Same result, Slay. Oh, okay, Blair. See, that's Tyler Tanner. See, Tyler Tanner's in the house now.
Let's see what you got. Jury's out, Blair.
Blair, come on. Okay, Blair, just come sit down. Come on, Blair, stop. You're going to get hurt. Blair, get off the court. That's enough.
What's the verdict, Blair?
The courtroom is where I play ball.
Boy, Durham, injury law, and that ain't got no roof.
DJ Ross back there.
You in your car?
Playing that bass.
Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 105 The Zone, powered by all Four Seasons Garage Doors. 615-737-1045 is the number. You know, we were talking about Xavier Strippo, but we mentioned all these other back half of the roster battles. And and it is, you know, throughout the training camp, OTAs, this mini camp coming up this weekend, preseason, you have to stand out if you are the back half of the roster, because there's a lot of spots pretty much secured for the most part. And, you know, this comes down to preseason games too, right? Like, you can show up in practice, but if you're not showing up in the preseason games in the fourth quarter of these games, whenever you get your shot, that also kind of, you know, okay, he's there in practice, but he ain't showing up on these preseason games. Like, are you just a practice warrior, or is that fair or unfair for me to say?
It depends on position group. Like, you can only show so much of your wide receiver. If they don't throw you the ball, you're not going to get any stats in the game, but you've shown well at practice.
Yeah.
So it just kind of depends. I mean, you're an offensive, defensive lineman. Yeah, you're hitting somebody every play. You're like, hey, man, we need to see you in the game. Do the same thing you're doing at practice.
Right.
So I think it's
probably easier to say that about defenders than probably people on offense for the most part.
Yeah, because you're attacking. Yeah. But yeah, you know, if you get an opportunity, you just got to seize those opportunities in games, because there is a welcome to the bright lights.
Yeah,
even in preseason, and I think you got to show up when given them the chance to show. But I actually value. I think practice actually is really important. Yeah, I think it's really important, because that's where you're developing not only trust with the staff, that they think that you're capable, but you're also proving to your teammates, and then you get to see them as they start elevating themselves, and maybe in the depth chart, you know, other guys kind of, you know, are saying, hey, man, this guy, we can work with this guy based off how they playing with them and everything else. So
guess about the preparation and approach.
All of that, yeah. And then it's just it's the mental side to me, because the physical side, everybody is capable mostly. So now you'll start playing instinctively if you know what you're doing out there and you put some time into that. It matters.
Well, it's kind of like,
if I didn't trust the dude that was over there, I don't care if he was first round or I was like, oh man, this dude is a ding dong, man. You need to go over and talk to Ross. I can't even talk to this dude, man. You know, he act like I'm giving him foreign language.
Well, when we were watching practices last year, how many people were saying, well, it's James Williams, and you brought it up first, and I'm like, oh yeah. Dude, you're totally right. It's Cedric Gray.
Because he was the guy giving the signals. He was the guy kind of facilitating. I think I heard Salah or Bradley maybe even say something to that nature, the mental side of it.
Right.
He kind of went into depth a little bit more than just saying that. But you want the guys that are, you know, pretty sharp and fast-witted. And he said their middle linebackers, he want them to be the ones barking out all the calls, but they want them all to have the same characteristic as athletes. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Pretty much in my own words.
Which I thought was pretty interesting way, because, you know, a lot of people view the linebackers or even a lot of different, you know, positions as, well, you got to have one guy that can do this, one guy can do that. No, we want one guy. We want many guys that can do everything.
I like that.
And we just need one guy to be the communicator.
Well, at linebacker, I think that's easy to say that, because now you disguise with, now you don't have to move guys. See that?
And linebackers are so much more athletic than over the years, more and more and more athletic.
So, yeah, that's pretty interesting. You could see, going back, looking at some of their defenses at San Francisco and even Seattle and wherever other places they were, but that kind of consistently showed up. So, yeah, but none of these guys look alike.
No.
If we're going to skip to the linebackers, none of these guys look alike at all.
No, to be honest, because, I mean...
And it don't look like they're tight. Like, I'm starting with Cody Barton and you know, Cedric Gray. I don't think that is not the type that they're looking for.
That may be the type they have to roll with this year.
Right. Right. But that's not, if they were starting from scratch, that's not.
Like, I would not be surprised if next year they still draft a linebacker 3rd round, 4th round.
Anthony Hill obviously does.
Yeah. I mean, Anthony Hill fits it. And we'll see technically if Cedric Gray does, right? Because, I mean, we haven't seen Cedric Gray excel in all phases of the game, but he's body-wise, because he looks so much shorter and his length doesn't look the same as some of these other linebackers you watch, but it actually technically is.
Yes, right.
But it's some optical illusion, right? Like
that's how he's built. He's kind of rocked up.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit bigger actually than he was
to your point.
college.
Yeah.
So you see he puts the work in.
So I mean, can he turn into that guy?
Oh, he possibly could.
Possibly could, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like next year, we're probably talking near in the draft. What round are they drafting a linebacker? Depending on who obviously comes available in free agency.
James Williams doesn't fit what he's looking for.
It's weird. I want to answer that question because I think my answer for that question is a little bit longer than what we have time for right now.
Oh,
so
I got you.
Let's do that when we come back. Well, let's talk about
man.
Let's talk about James Williams and his fit with the linebackers that is typically a Robert Saleh linebacker. This is Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone.
Ross is it.
Good afternoon, live from the Circus Sports at the Mid-Kentucky Downs studio. I'm Ross Johnston. In NBA playoff action, the Pistons took a 1-0 lead in their series versus Cleveland last night, led by Cade Cunningham's 23 points. The Thunder also took a 1-0 lead over the Lakers, led by 24 points from Chet Holmgren. Tonight, the Knicks host the 76ers, who will be without Joel Embiid as he is dealing with ankle and hip injuries. The Knicks lead that series 1-0. After that, the Spurs will host the Timberwolves for Game 2. Minnesota leads that series 1-0 as well. In NFL news, Kalen Kaler and Kevin Cypher report that the NFL and the NFL Referees Association are close to a new deal with a ratification vote set for Thursday night. If the vote gets approved, it would prevent the use of replacement referees this upcoming season. Lastly, yesterday, Stafon Diggs was found not guilty of assault and strangulation of his private chef. Diggs is currently a free agent after his one-year stint with the Patriots last year, where he put up over 1,000 yards and 5 touchdowns. For all your foundation repair and your waterproofing needs, visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans of Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone, powered by All Four Seasons Garage Doors. 615-737-1045 is the number. We've been talking about linebackers and all that kind of stuff. We were talking about, feels like James Williams fits what Robert Saleh is typically looking for in his linebackers, and that was the question.
Yeah, what with his measurables?
Yeah, his measurables. And so, just to get people, I picked 3 different linebackers from that Robert Saleh is most known for: Quincy Williams from New York Jets, Fred Warner, and Dre Greenlaw from his time at San Francisco 49ers. Dre Greenlaw was 5'11", 231.
Greenlaw?
Yeah. I'm reading it right here. 5'11", 231. This is according to the most reliable source on the internet, which is the Relative Athletic Score site.
His name is, what's his first name?
DRE, then Greenlaw.
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw.
He looked way bigger than that on TV.
He's 5'11", 231, 32.25-inch arms, and 9.875-inch hands.
Wow, 6 feet, 230.
Yeah, they rounded up. They rounded up. Fred Warner is 6'3", 236 pounds, 32-inch arms. So he actually has shorter arms than Dre Greenlaw does. So we got a guy that's 6'3", got a guy that's 6 foot, almost 6 foot. And then we got Quincy Williams, who is 5'10". And he does look every bit of 5'10". Yeah. He looks smaller.
Because he went to a small school.
Yeah. And none of them besides Fred Warner, the other two, Dre Greenlaw and Quincy Williams, not very athletic testing wise. But Fred Warner was. I mean, he was out of this world, 9.68 score out of 10 in relative athletic testing. So that gets us to James Williams. And we'll talk about the others later, but James Williams was 6'4", 230. So he's a lot closer. And we'll talk about Anthony Hill Jr., but out of the guys that are the leftovers, if you will, the players that he inherited, his size is actually much closer to what he's typically looked for as far as Fred Warner, right? But then I go back and I look at a Jamian Sherwood, who was a guy that was a safety that moved down to linebacker, that just got a big contract as a linebacker for the New York Jets, someone that Robert Saleh kind of groomed and everything. He's a 6 foot kind of guy. I mean, like he's under 6'3". So is it Fred Warner you're looking for, or is it just like it's the style? Like, have we overemphasized the size? Because to your point, Dre Greenlaw seems a lot bigger than what you think.
Oh yeah, he must have real long arms. Right. And by the way, James Williams has 33 5/8 arm length. I mean,
right.
He He fits the boat. Now, his testing didn't jump off the charts there for safeties, but for linebackers, he's probably right there in the mix.
Yeah.
With a 4.65 and a 30-inch vertical. I don't know. Oof, that wasn't too good, but he had a 9.9 broad and 1.59 10-yard split. So,
because we even go look at Bobby Wagner, he's just 6 foot. 6 foot.
Bobby Wagner,
barely over 6 foot.
CJ Mosley was 6'2", 230.
Yeah, but that was also not a guy that he technically drafted or developed. That guy already came in developed.
So that sounds like more like Fred Warner's kind of more the outlier.
If you really start diving deep into it, it kind of feels like Fred Warner is the outlier as far as size, because Bobby Wagner's 6 foot, 241, but super athletic. So really, Bobby Wagner's athleticism and Fred Warner's athleticism matches up. But yeah, he's 6 foot. He does have longer arms, though, at 33.25-inch arms. See, that's what makes Bobby Wagner look so much bigger than he is. He's got those long arms.
Boy, they swole, too.
Yeah.
Those big arms.
Big old arms.
Boy, golly, that's the first thing I see when they get on the TV. Like, dang.
And so, like Anthony Hill, 6'2", 238, 32.375-inch arms. He fits the mold and athletic, right? He almost had a perfect 10 RAS score. So he's super athletic.
Hey, he was more than me.
Yeah. Listen, Cody Barton, you know what his RAS score ended up being in college? I don't know where it all went, but you know what he was in college?
They did this at the combine. He was at the combine?
Yep. He ran a 4.64 at the combine.
Oh, so he ran the same thing as James Williams.
A 1.61 10-yard split. A 6.9 3-cone and a 4.03 short shuttle. So he had the short area quickness and stuff. 9.3 out of 10 RAS.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good for back in the day. He's 6'2", 237. So now think about that. Cody Barton is 6'2", 237. Anthony Hill is 6'2", 238. 31.875-inch arms, 32.375-inch arms, 31.875 for Cody Barton, 32 for Anthony Hill. But then you get down to Cedric Gray and Dorian Mousey, or Moose. And Moose from Auburn, 6'1", 231. Cedric Gray, 6'1", 234. So if we were just playing the prototype physical game here, Cody Barton and Anthony Hill would be interchangeable. Cedric Gray and Moose would be interchangeable. And I guess James Williams left out of the dust. That's what it kind of feels like, right? Now, that's just purely body type, not and all that kind of stuff. You know, they still got to earn it.
I was going to say, what about Diabetti, or how do you say it?
Mahmoud Diabate.
Diabate, yeah. Because I feel like
I had to teach you how to say someone's name for once.
Yeah, I feel like he could play.
Diabate.
I feel like he could play some this year, provided he makes the 53, obviously.
So Diabate, athletic guy, 6'3", 225. 32.5-inch arms. So there's another guy with very good athleticism, with size closer to maybe a Fred Warner, but he has the athleticism. It really does kind of feel like James Williams is out on the outside looking in.
Man, I was doing this hoping that he would be on the inside.
I mean, I think his athleticism, I think he's way more explosive than what it felt like his testing was. But I also feel like there's a reason why he's got moved from safety to linebacker. And to be fair, and the reason why I felt like that was such a complicated answer to about it is because there is a history with Robert Saleh where he takes his downhill safeties and put them at linebacker because they're more athletic as a linebacker covering a shorter area of the field than they would be at safety. Jamian Sherwood is one. He tried to do that with, I think his name was, I'm going to mess it up, I know, Hakeem Natterly or something like that. Not the guy that just came back from retirement, but there's another guy with a similar name. They tried to do that at the same time. They also, Fred Warner played a lot of the slot and nickel, so he's more of a nickel backer. But he's done that with, and I know I'm missing, I think, two more players that I'm having trouble remember. I had this at one point. No, but he did, I think only two of them ended up starting and being good, Jamian Sherwood being one of them. But I know he's done it with like three or four. I'm just saying that's how he likes to develop them.
Yeah.
So if that's what he's looking for, James Williams has kind of shown he's kind of a downhill guy. I also wonder if there's a path for him to be more of a kind of designated pass rusher type linebacker situation. I mean, I'm just trying to find a spot for him because I do know he plays special teams and he does enjoy rushing the passer, and he does obviously enjoy laying big hits down and being physical. But I think there is a very tough. I think out of all the holdovers of any position, he probably has the toughest path. I think there's even a better chance Jalen Harrell could make it because he plays a different position, right? Like a more valued position. And this seems like a room where he seems to be just judging it solely off what we're just talking about right now. We haven't seen him in this system, right, with our own eyes. But judging based on what we have seen and what we have heard, it feels like he's the odd man out.
Third year?
Yes, this will be his third year.
Was he at the practice?
He was not at the practice this year. Now, we know Moose was at the practice watching the practice, but he was not participating in the practice.
Yeah, this is going to get really interesting.
Again, it's about making sure you stand out, right? You're on your P's and Q's as far as your everything that you do as a linebacker, how you approach practice, how you communicate. Because I mean, if you got to make it on the field somehow or make it on the team somehow. And right now, there's a lot of guys that play special teams on this team, even going to college guys. So it's going to even be, this isn't like the same old Titans teams.
Yeah,
good players are not going to make this
I'm
final
gonna say
53.
This about James Williams. Him and Cedric Gray, in my eyes, different style players, but they were neck and neck in competition.
Yeah.
What stood out to me was Cedric Gray's communication skills. It was obvious.
Yeah.
He took control out there, and James Williams you never saw him say anything.
No.
And so if they were even, that's what separated them to me.
Yeah.
And he was telling not just his position and the defense, he was telling the dudes to the right and left what to do. So his acumen is much more, at least as far as verbally communicating. And maybe that's because that's what he was supposed to be doing. But, man, I never saw James Williams say anything. And that was the difference maker for me at the time. And that's why I kept saying, I think it's going to be Cedric Gray.
Right.
And besides, he was playing well. Then he kept getting better and better and better and making plays in the backfield and all that stuff.
Well, and your competition is tougher this year. Yeah. I mean, we've already talked. I mean, Dorian Moose wasn't added until way later, right? In the season. Back in July, he's competing against, you got Cody Barton, Cedric Gray. We've already talked about James Williams, Otis Reese, Amari Burney, Curtis Jacobs, David Benda, and Anthony Orji. This is a much tougher linebacker room than what you had last year. Again, I'm not trying to say that James Williams is a bad player or anything, but Mahmoud Diabate, Anthony Hill Jr., Moose, three better players than the majority than what you got as your competition last year. So where's your path to reps?
And
to show out?
Don't forget, I know they're more inside. Powell is from Purdue, and the NC State guy, Sean Brown, and
then also Shad Banks from UTSA.
That's right.
So, and I just kind of look at it and I'm like, man, this is a lot tougher for James Williams to make it this year. But that's the point of having a roster that's built with quality depth, is that good players are going to be cut on your team. And I do think that, like, if James Williams were cut, he may not get claimed, but he'll find a spot somewhere in this league. Because I do think that there's someone that will be able to find a fit for him on special teams, because he brings special teams value to other teams. This team is loaded with some special teams guys. So again, it makes the path for some of these guys that we have seen make the final 53 these last few seasons, their path that much harder. Very much harder. We'll talk more about this when we come back. I did a little bit of roster math before the show to kind of talk, because we've been talking about the final 53. How could Jalen Harrell make this team? Maybe I found out a way for Jalen Harrell to make this team with some forensics accounting. This is Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone.
Mullings.
Hey, it's Zach Lyons, and I'm back after getting my vision corrected by Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. And let me tell you, it's been incredible. From the very first consultation, I knew I was in the right place. Dr. Horn personally sat down with me just like he does with every patient and answered every single question I had. I never felt rushed. He made me feel completely at ease and confident that I had made the right decision. The follow-up appointment was smooth, on time, and the entire team treated me like family. You can tell they genuinely care. And surgery day, it was honestly easier than I imagined. The procedure took less than 5 minutes, no pain, no drama, and now I'm seeing better than 2020. I can't believe how clear everything is. It's one of those things when you don't realize what you've been missing until you see it for yourself. If you're tired of glasses and contacts like I was, don't wait. Call Vision for Life at 615-436-2020 or visit visionforlife.com and schedule your consultation with Dr. Horn today. Trust me, it's worth it.
It's Ramon Foster, and I'm with Aaron from United Structure Systems. Man, they came by today to check out my house. If there's anything, any issues, small or big, you're gonna fill us in then.
We can take care of it no matter what kind of problems. So first off, we'll just kind of take a look through your house and see what kind of issues you got going. You know, cracks in the brick, cracks in the drywall, weird spots in the floor, doors sticking, windows not opening properly. Once we identify those areas, we're going to do a thorough inspection around the outside, make sure there's no issues going on with that. And then once we look over it, we'll talk about what's going on, and hopefully we ain't got no issues, and then we'll go from there.
Let's go. Let's go. Ms. Foster, so we have looked at the issues that you brought up. We had the drywall in the attic up here above your bonus or your garage.
You had some doors sticking.
I did.
Going in your bathroom. So we've inspected all that. We don't see any major structural concerns. So you're going to be one of our lucky good news customers today. There is some minor deflection there. That's not an uncommon thing. As any house is built, it's its biggest and its strongest the day that it's born. Right, and from that point, it just gets older, just like us. We ain't hopping up out of bed, taking off down the hallway, running upstairs. And
not protecting quarterbacks anymore.
No.
Opening up late. We're done.
Your guard ain't there no more.
Okay,
so,
I got you.
So it just happens. It gets a little older and it starts to deflect. Now, there are some things we can do to kind of help adjust those doors, mainly adjusting in the door, which we don't necessarily do, and maybe doing some light shimming in the crawl space down there to address those sticking doors. But for now, no major issues there. We did talk about the grading in the back and some issues that we can take care of back there for you. But that's pretty much up in a nutshell. No big issues and you're good to go. So.
Awesome. So again, the way you deal with United Structural Systems is it's upfront, it's honest, and now I can sleep peacefully at night, okay?
Cover 2. Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 105 The Zone, powered by All Four Seasons Garage Doors. 615-737-1045 is the number. Now, we'll have a lot of time to talk about like players that may get cut or veterans on the hot seat, if you will, stuff. Because we've been talking about the linebackers and stuff. I think Cody Barton personally makes the team this year, but that's something that we could talk about a little bit more in depth.
You said he had some bonuses that he got, or kind of locked him in.
Yeah,
a little bit.
They can still cut him and save some money, but is it enough money to warrant depleting your depth?
Yeah, I would say no.
Probably not. That's where I'm at on that one. So real quick, I went through and just kind of did a quick final 53.
You do nothing quick.
This was pretty quick.
Oh no, except eat.
Except for eat food. I can eat pizza in like 3 bites. Not the crust. The crust takes 2 more. But I can. Because I do the fold.
Dude, he's like my dog.
Yeah, I fold that pizza in half and eat it like that.
You trying to cut the time.
Yeah.
And the food gonna go somewhere. It's gonna run from you.
Right. So I got to 53.
Okay.
And I got to 53 with Jalen Harrell making the team. So, because that's what I really just want that to happen selfishly. And obviously he wants that to happen too.
Or he may make it by default. Somebody may get.
You never know. Someone may get injured.
Yeah.
So this does include the kicker, punter, long snapper. So one of those each. I got 3 quarterbacks. Cam Ward, Trubisky, Levis making the final 53.
You didn't bring Hooker on there.
I did not put Hayden Hooker on there.
You know Hooker's better than Levis.
Back to the street for that Hooker. Tony Pollard, Tajay Spears, Nick Singleton, and Khalil Mullen.
To say that. You've been waiting for. I just lobbed it up there.
That came out quick.
Yeah, I made it practical.
Tony Pollard, Tajay Spears, Nick Singleton, and Khalil Mullins all made this final 53 initially.
We better have like 5 linemen on this.
No, I got 6 wide receivers, still made it.
Whoa, let's go.
The reason I'm doing it this way is just because then we're going to get to a position group where I'm like, I don't really know who's going to fill out the rest of this roster. So that would mean like Khalil Mullins, your first one cut.
Oh, okay.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm a little short at one particular position group.
Well, I'm not going to remember anyway.
Yeah. So I got 6 wide receivers on the list, 4 tight ends on the list, 10 offensive linemen on the list. 10 defensive linemen, including obviously what we traditionally know here for the last few years as edge rushers. Yeah, so your defensive tackles and your edge rushers.
In the 10th.
And Jalen Harrell made the list. He's the 10th. 4 linebackers, no James Williams, and no Mahmoud Diabate.
Oh.
So I did Hill, Gray, Barton, and Moose.
Salah's gonna be Bradley. No way.
Yeah, and so that's one of them. But I couldn't really. You get to this cornerback list. We don't talk about this enough.
They don't have depth.
There is no depth there.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
I got 5 cornerbacks. I'm like, okay, I'm fairly certain these 5 are going to make it, but I'm not certain that 2 of these are really good players. And so, like, if I have to find another cornerback, I'm probably cutting Khalil Mullins for another cornerback.
Oh.
I got 4 safeties with Bishop Fitzgerald rounding out the 4. I got Amani Hooker, Kevin Winston Jr., Tony Adams, and Bishop Fitzgerald. And let me tell you that's not a very comfortable looking group either. I mean, the cornerbacks I have, Alontae Taylor, Cordell Flott, Marcus Harris, Joshua Williams, Latrell McCutcheon Sr.
Oh, he just automatically ain't even.
I mean, that's the only. I mean, when you get down to this list, you're like, I guess Latrell McCutcheon's the best one. Like,
he hadn't even played it down. He practiced
is he the best one of this?
Oh, he was out there this weekend, wasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, is he the best one out of these guys? And that's kind of. I know I'm concerned about the interior offensive line group.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said he's going to wait, because you want to see these guys as rep, like Jimmy Ward or somebody like that, some veteran guy that he can bring in who knows the system that could go and play pretty immediately, because, that means you have some injuries. They're going to bring in, whether veteran or young guy, they're going to bring somebody else in. Guarantee that.
Because I know I didn't have Jalen McMurray making it, but these other cornerbacks are like.
Who's the backup nickel?
I don't know. I guess Alontae Taylor or Cordell Flott will have to move in.
Well,
I don't know. Like, it's not going to be Eric Hallett, right? Micah Robinson. That's a guy that I know he has Brinker ties, but Brinker ain't there anymore. Green Bay Packers, Brinker's ties. Keedrain Callaghan, and then Jaden Lucas. I mean, like, that's
the guy from Clemson.
From Clemson.
Did he play? I thought he played outside.
Yeah, but I'm just reading all the corners. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is not a great group.
One injury, we in trouble.
Right, and I know that their hope is like, okay, well, we can mitigate a little bit of the cornerback play drop off because we have a pass rush in waves. But they tried to do that last year a little bit. They were relying on their pass rush, and if your pass rush doesn't get home, well, it was easy pickings for some of these quarterbacks to receivers playing pitch and catch out there sometimes. Like the New England game is fairly, and Jacksonville game, like they had guys open everywhere on some of the corners that they had. Now, obviously, you have more corners than what top end corners at the top, but man, this depth is not good. It is concerning.
Yeah. And I don't care who you got rushing. I mean, I would say they have a better 8 group of players rushing the passer, but they have to sign. So that's why I was a little surprising. I wonder what you may know the numbers too. The thought on drafting a late round, which Marcus Harris was, cornerback. Well, typically, what the ratios of those guys making rosters, being on team, because they didn't go that route. They went with another. Let's say you got the Baylor guy, D tackle. They could have easily went DB there. For a depth piece, for a guy, or a guy potentially is a nickel if he's not as athletic or long as the other guy. So, that then hence Murray got a shot. The kid from Tennessee as a backup.
Oh, a lot of people thought that maybe he would sneak into the draft too, right? I mean, and I know that they sometimes want to put these safeties at nickels, right? Maybe, but I don't know. I'm not feeling very comfortable with putting Kevin Winston at nickel right now, based off what I saw last year when he did play nickel. Well, and there is an adjustment, right?
I would say I would put him at big nickel. Big nickel means he's on the tight end, not on the slot receiver.
Yeah. Well, there were some times last year where he ended up on the nickel, on the slot receiver, and I'm like,
and that's where you don't want him, right? Because in the first year coming off an ACL, now things was happening a little too fast for him, and he was always too overly aggressive, going for the head fake, and then boom, they're scoring touchdowns and first downs.
I can't speak to cornerbacks, but I can say this: round 6 and round 7, 50 to 55% of players drafted in round 6 make the final 53.
For cornerback.
For all positions.
Oh.
I haven't been able to get it down to cornerback. Okay. Round 7 is 40 to 45% of all players make it. So, I mean, they can make it, but how much are they contributing is a totally different question.
What you just told me is I'm going to see if Mr. Baylor makes it. Yeah. And put a game. It's going to be on a practice squad.
It's a true coin flip, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about with these 6th and 7th round guys. And what did we just talk about? It's a lot harder to make the team this year than it has been in prior years for the Tennessee Titans. It was a little bit easier for a Jalen Harrell or Jaquan Jackson or James Williams or Murray to make the teams, even Khalil Mullins' final 53. Like, it was a lot easier for those guys to make the teams because the depth wasn't that good. This year, it's a totally different story. It may not be Jackie Marshall because you were drafted in the 6th round. And like I know Josh Wiley and Jalen Duncan made the final 53s of their respective years that are being drafted. That was also a real bad teams. Like, this is a totally different team. So, like, to your point, Jackie Marshall, Pat Coogan is a coin flip. I know a lot of people have Pat Coogan trending towards a starter already. People are trying to make him a starter. I hope he is because I like Pat Coogan, the prospect. But it is, in the reality of the NFL, him making the team is a coin flip. Now you're saying that he's making the team and starting. That's got to be that's pretty low odds because we did talk about that. Average games started for interior offensive linemen in the 6th round. Those average games starting were only 3 or 4 games, which is fine for a 6th round pick. But if you're talking about making the final 53 and a 16-game starter, 17-game starter, that's a long shot.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if those numbers are because of injuries or because they just went out and won the job on average.
Yeah.
But
that's the other thing. That's hard to do.
Because of there's, a veteran guy who's a 1-year deal. So you say, if it's even, then you go with the young guy. And he's a veteran. He's already proven. Now he just has to understand the game, be able to be technically sound in what they teach him here and see if that helps him. I wouldn't be surprised if he's on the field sooner than later.
And
he may. How he looks. I'm still interested in his power.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't see power.
And you see that with Sloatman, as slow as he may be.
Oh, yeah.
You see power. And
you could go watch him with the Bengals, or who was he with?
Sloatman was with the Giants last year.
Giants, yeah. I watched both of those guys.
Speaking of connections, connection right there.
Mm-hmm.
I still think the optics are better for Coogan, though, right now when you look at it, just because of all the pieces we brought into defensive line and trying to fit Jackie Marshall into that group.
Well, you have also just...
Oh, no, I think he's going to make the roster.
I think he will as well, but I think the optics look better for Pat Coogan right now.
The outlook is really what you're talking about.
To start?
No, not just to make the 53.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I'm not saying that yet for sure. It's because his opportunities. There's a hole there, and he got drafted. I mean,
there's only 3 people competing for center that we know of, and that includes Jackson Slater as a part-time guy going between center and right guard. You got 3 guys at right guard. There's a ton of bodies on defensive line. Like Jackie Marshall's, I would talk about coin flip.
Ooh.
That makes a lot of sense to be the coin flip of the draft class right there, because that is a loaded room with guys that do similar things to Jackie Marshall, right? A little inside-outside versatility. You also have a first-round draft pick. You have a second-round draft pick from last year. You traded for Jermaine Johnson. You signed Jacob Martin. You signed Jordan Elliott, Solomon Thomas. Like, it will be hard for him to make that team. It is not just a layup that Jackie Marshall's making the team, and then he's also got Jalen Harrell he's got to get in with, so I got to make sure to throw my boy Jalen Harrell name out there.
Yeah, give me Harrell.
That's why we started this exercise. Yeah. So who is on the chopping block? We couldn't get past the depth of the corners.
The guys that I feel are
that start on offense first.
That start on offense that would be in danger that I put on the roster that would be like the first ones I'd be looking to cut.
All right, come on.
Khalil Mullins, Kylan Granson.
Wait. Oh, so where is he at on the depth chart?
He's number 4 of the running back, so I'm cutting him. Khalil Mullins.
Mullins is 4th on the depth chart
at running back,
and Granson 4th at tight end.
And so I'd cut both those guys. And listen, Granson, DMR. I mean, you could you're cutting one of those guys, right? Like if you need a cornerback, which they obviously do, you're cutting one of those guys.
And he's a little bit athletic. He's athletic, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
for a tight end.
I'm saying,
but Granson signed from.
But he's a free agent signing. I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know which one they're going to cut. They'd probably cut one of those guys.
Yeah. I
also look at this offensive line group. I just want to read you the tackles. Dan Moore, J.C. Latham, Emil Wagner, and Brandon Crenshaw-Dixon. And I know that Austin Deculus is on this team. They don't have a lot of depth at tackle.
What's the Miller kid?
Rasheed Miller, I didn't have him making it because, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he can make it.
You're going to make it just because his long arms.
Well, maybe he could.
Squad.
But I'm kind of looking at that and I'm like, okay, well, if one of your tackles goes down, you are effed right now. Like
I'm always a big proponent of having a veteran guy as a backup swing tackle, man.
And that's looking rough. But when you look at the interior, you got Skoronski, Schlotman, Volson, Slater, Carmona, and Pat Coogan all making it. Do all those guys make it? Because they're all interior offensive linemen. That feels like, I don't know, Jackson Slater could be in danger. And I'm a big Jackson Slater fan, but maybe he's in danger. Or maybe one of the draft picks are in danger. Would you rather have Jackson Slater who could play two spots or Pat Coogan who plays one?
Now, I think what you're missing here, though, just on slots, sometimes there's slots and then it's sometimes you play your way into an extra slot. And then they take it from a whole nother position.
Well, and that's, I mean, like I have 10 right here, so maybe they take it away from running back. Maybe they take it away from one of the tight ends, right? Like, same with.
But the optics are like where the holes are, and I get your point.
It's maybe not loaded with quality.
Slater play it, not unless he just poops his pants. He played well enough last year, just in the glimpse time frame that he played like half a games and stuff. I didn't even know the difference. I was like, hey, I didn't. And so I went back and watched him, and I was like, well, dang, man, he should. In my mind, I kept saying he should have been playing. That's what came to my mind. So if they're seeing the same things I saw, then they say,
they are talking a lot like you.
Because I was like, well, dang, this is his first year, and he's at the end of the season. He looks like this. Hey, man. He needs to be the starter next year. And we're going to see how he looks. And a whole nother issue, which is really big to me as a player. I would be pissed off right now.
He needs to be.
No, if I'm J.C. Latham.
Ooh.
This is 3 years in a row I'm played with 3 different people next to me. I've been in the league 3 years. Can I have a little bit of consistency with the person that's playing next to me? Can we do that?
I mean, I'm with you.
Like that ain't easy like people think. Oh, just go block your guy. You got to be on the same page with that guy.
Well, him and Zeitler weren't on the same page hardly at all.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, it took forever for them to get on the same page. It was insane how much that I felt like Zeitler left him out the...
Hey, man. I hated when the other safety was out. I was like, yeah. And we could talk all week and we got everything down. But you never know when the bright lights turn on and they go, deer in the headlight. Like, dude, we went over this. You messing me up.
Let's talk about this, too. There's a lot of people that are like, well, this guy could start at the end of the season. Okay, so like a Pat Coogan, maybe he doesn't start week 1, he starts week 18, or Fernando Carmona.
Right,
but that's
last
now
4
you're.
weeks.
But if you're to your point from J.C. Latham's perspective,
and then he gonna get another guy.
I got my second guy this year. Yeah, could be your third guy that year. Because to be honest,
I did not.
I view Jackson Slater kind of how most people have viewed Corey Levin over the years. Well, he provides you safety at both center and guard. He can play both. And if that's the case, if he starts at right guard and Schlotman goes down in a game, are they going to go straight to Pat Coogan? Or are they going to put Jackson Slater over there and put Carmona in there?
Well,
seems like you're playing all these musical chairs.
Yeah, well, and most of the linemen are pretty dependable. They don't get hurt. But, I mean, I don't know. It just depends on who dresses that game.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Because there is some roster manipulation with you are able to keep an extra offensive lineman without taking into account the 43 that is active on, or 48 that's active on game day.
I know you. What are you more nervous about, offensive line or the depth of the secondary?
I'll be honest. depth at the secondary at this point.
Oh, but you were all nervous.
Oh, well, I didn't really realize how bad it was, to be honest.
About the offensive line.
Yeah.
He was never nervous purpose about the offensive line.
I would say the depth at offensive line, I feel, has better players that, even if it may be their first year, have better players to stay afloat somewhat.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at this cornerback group, and I'm like, it's 4 deep, and that's it. And that's not enough in today's NFL. And only one of those really, like, okay, if Marcus Harris goes down, you put Alontae Taylor in the slot and put Joshua Williams on the outside, but that's not a full, if he's lost for the season, that's not a full 17-game trio I'm really comfortable with.
No. And how many reps is Alontae or whoever be the guy that's mixing in there for Marcus Harris? So you got to have a depth piece guy that can come in.
And safety is tenuous, too.
You don't like the safety?
I love Hooker and I love Winston, but after that...
Adams? He's a vet.
He's all right.
What happened? We don't have Mike Brown no more?
Nope.
Who we got?
No, Tony Adams and Sanusi Kane and Bishop Fitzgerald and Jarek Reed.
No wonder you have Bishop started.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They forced me. They forced my hand to have Bishop Fitzgerald on the depth chart. And he's also the highest paid up guaranteed money player. So, I mean, it's like, well, I mean, Sanusi Kane or Bishop Fitzgerald. I think I'm going Bishop Fitzgerald.
The D line gives me, I don't feel great about the secondary either, but it gives me a little more comfort just because I think that the pressure we are going to put on opposing quarterbacks is going to be a lot better this year.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it ain't great, to say the least.
I for whatever reason, I really felt the cornerback room was a little bit better than I thought. And I'm going through this, and I'm like, oh, no, it's way worse.
But it's better than last year by a lot.
It's about the same, probably. I mean,
Don't do that.
What I'm saying is that Marcus Harris was your depth piece, right? Yeah. You had Roger McCreary, you had Jarvis Brownlee Jr., and you had L'Jarius Sneed. We didn't know what L'Jarius Sneed season was going to go at. We didn't know Jarvis Brownlee Jr. and Roger McCreary were going to get traded at this point last year. I'm feeling way more comfortable after the draft last year than I was this year about the secondary.
So you were talking about going into the season.
Going into the season. Yeah. Now, if these guys don't get injured, that's great. But if these guys get injured, you're just repeating what you had last year.
We still got another, signing cycle.
Right.
To go to,
I mean, I'm just saying at this point in time in 2025, I felt way better about the cornerback group than I do this year.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Kevin Winston was your third guy coming off of injury at safety. Really, no, your fourth guy because they had Quandre Diggs and Xavier Woods last year.
Oh, that's right.
And then, so Kevin Winston was kind of your fourth guy that you could bring along, ease in. Injuries happen, cuts happen. You look at the cornerback room, I felt a lot better about the cornerback room last year as far as the entire depth because Darrell Baker Jr. was your fourth or fifth guy, and you had Marcus Harris playing inside, outside. It's a tenuous little situation for the Tennessee Titans.
There's only a couple of veterans out there. I mean, I know I mentioned Ward, Dory Jackson.
I had a list of them. It's a lot of dudes who used to be really good and really aren't anymore.
Well, I know. So that's where you want depth pieces. And you're probably going to bring in a guy that is familiar because you can bring him in later. You want the young guys to get the reps just to see if one guy develops and he needs to get those reps, or somebody steps up that you're like, whoa, this guy's pretty good. Like the Houston kid. Catching.
Yeah, and hopefully we see that. Like right now, this is a total projection. You got 4 guys.
He got a great shot to make the team.
Yeah, for sure.
Make the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost he'll make the team by default. All right, come back more about this when we come back because there was an interesting thing that popped up while we were on the show today about how young this roster is. We'll talk about that when we come back. This is Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone.
Who texted you?
Cover 2. Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 104.5 The Zone, powered by all 4 Seasons Garage Doors. 615-737-1045 is the number. Blaine, while we were on the air, someone has decided to check out the age of NFL rosters currently. Now, you may not remember this from last year, but we talked about this last year, and the Tennessee Titans ended up being the 6th oldest roster in the NFL last year. The 6th oldest. They are now the 3rd youngest in the NFL. So the youth movement is on in Tennessee. Now, we'll see how maybe pending free agents that they may sign, like if they sign Joey Bosa, or who's pretty old, or Kevin Zeitler, or Graham Glasgow, just to name a few of the older guys out there. That may change, and we'll see what happens at the final 53. But right now, trending towards being the 3rd youngest team. And Green Bay has typically always been in like the top 10 as far as being young and successful. Meanwhile, the Commanders, who were 32nd or the oldest in the NFL last year, and they are this year, again, the oldest in the NFL. They are they're still younger than they were last year, but they're still the oldest in the NFL. So whoever signs Bobby Wagner, that will also shoot up your numbers there. If the Commanders end up signing Bobby Wagner again, that will shoot them up. But so that age does not equal success, but that is some a good change of pace for this team, because it's always felt like it's always been on the older end of it. You got anything to say?
No.
He's working on
all
those.
I care about is winning. He's young. Man. Better get out there and run.
What'd you do to your computer over there?
I'm nothing to do up there saying, Blaine, you need to get you a new hat. It matches my fit, bro.
Who said that you need to get a new hat?
Hey, man.
Oh, I see it up there.
Yeah, I'm over in Texas.
Yeah.
Matches fit.
If you ain't going to wear it, I'll take it. I told you that before the show.
Man.
Hey, did you know this? Ross, did you? Blaine just told me during the break. Did you know that Shiloh Sanders filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy?
I missed that on the timeline.
He did it back in October of 2023.
Oh, is that what he? Oh, I didn't know.
Shiloh Sanders?
Yes.
Yeah, the one that the safety guy that he's a
Oh, it's from a
guy.
2021 assault lawsuit involving a security guard.
Oh.
Is he the one that just told one of the Mary Kay Cabot that she's
Make a
standing
sandwich?
to make a sandwich?
That was him. Yeah, because he was talking about his brother, right?
Yeah, well, she was saying that it could Deshaun Watson could possibly win the starting job, and he's like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." Just stay there.
Like she's just a reporter. It's not just what she's seeing from practice.
Lee.
Didn't he get ejected from a preseason game last year with Tampa? I think he did.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Was that against the Titans?
No, I think it was a different team.
Oh, I thought that was. Oh no, I thought it was somebody else for practice. On another note. There is more variable news.
Oh, God.
No, Diana news.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, did you see this?
I saw she may be speaking soon. That's it.
What about her husband?
That was fake. You got to start running stuff by me.
Okay,
you got to start running stuff by me.
Well, now I want to know what it is.
We'll tell you during the break, man, because I don't know.
This is the end, not the break. This is the end.
Tell me after the show. All right, this is Cover 2 with Blaine Bishop and Zach Lyons here on 105 The Zone. 3HL's up next. And in the meantime...
And in between time, peace. Stay safe out there.